DSSC Entrepreneurship Day. Please settle down and, yeah, all yours, Lina. Thank you.
Fabulous. I'm standing here to make sure that people settle down quickly. Great. Thank you very much, Professor Anu. My name is Lina Sanavias. I am Associate Professor at DSSC, and I am really happy to say good afternoon and welcome to the DSSC Entrepreneurship Day Symposium. This is the third edition of the symposium. I had come for the first time for the last symposium when I was a week old at the IIT Bombay system. As you all know, January 31st marks the day that was when the Center for Entrepreneurship at IIT Bombay had its Memorandum of Understanding signed. And since then, since 2014, we celebrate 31st of January as our Foundation Day. The theme for this year's symposium is Catalyzing University Entrepreneurship. And of course, very fitting, given that we just had an unveiling of our new building an hour ago. And we hope to, of course, take this forward, create a really integrated space. We talked about, many of you joined us there, and we talked about how we'll be integrating technology, innovation, design, entrepreneurship in many different ways in the building. And in this symposium as well, we aim to provide an integrated perspective, bridging practical and academic perspectives on entrepreneurship in India and abroad. We hope to foster meaningful conversations, new collaborations and networks, and of course, a great deal of knowledge exchange. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers, and I hope you will stay till the end of the day. Before we start, I of course want to ask you to turn your phones off or put them on silence. Lastly, it is my privilege to introduce the hosts for this evening. DSSC has had their first cohort of PhD scholars, and 4 of our PhD scholars will be taking care of events from now on. So it's Indira Mishra, Abhishek Kumar, Radhika Sachdeva, and Krishna Tupe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lina, for the kind introduction. We are truly honored and grateful to be a part of DSSC as the first cohort of PhDs.
On that thankful note, let us get the ball rolling. As our first speaker of the day, I would like to invite Professor Shirish Kedare upon the dais. Professor Kedare is the director of IIT Bombay. Prior to this, he was the professor in charge of the Center of Excellence for Oil, Gas and Energy. He is driving IIT Bombay to new heights and focuses on sustainability in every aspect of campus life. Please put your hands together for Professor Kedare.
So, anybody joining me? Okay. So I think I am supposed to speak. And I, of course, love to, because entrepreneurship is a very interesting thing, and I had been through this for maybe many times. At least 12 years we put in building a company, running it, commercializing a new concept, and winding it, which is also a very important thing. So this experience has taught us a lot, and this entrepreneurship is very important. Whether it can be taught or not is a question. It's a debate, and maybe entrepreneurship is in the bloods of many or some. Yes, you can help it grow, help it come out, but that can it be taught? Yes, it's a question, and Dsse is trying to do that. Of course, the first thing is identify the good entrepreneurs and help them and say that I have taught them. That's the easiest thing. Okay. But whatever it is encouraging the entrepreneurship. I plan to do now, I mean, I don't know what else I can do at this juncture, but I'll put my take on entrepreneurship. I think normally it's taken that for starting a business, a startup, an idea is important and innovation is important, right? I think it's just one step because you have an idea, you get excited, you get hooked onto it, and that gives an energy to sustain over further time. And in fact, entrepreneurship, innovation is actually not one time idea. It's a everyday idea which is required. So when you have an idea, to make it work, you need to innovate at every step. So we have an idea, so okay, then how do you design it? How do you make a solar concentrator? How can you manage this? How can you manage that? How do you make it? How do you test it? How do you sell it? How do you administer it? How do you make it? Every step, if it's a new idea, you need to innovate. So its idea is, I think that it's not an idea which is important, it's the habit of developing ideas is important, and which is innovation at every step in all domains. It may be administration, finance, everything. So for example, we developed the solar concentrator, but when we wanted to market it, everybody started asking what is a payback. And then we had to innovate a term called pay after. We used to say that, okay, after 3 years of payback, you normally will throw a machine and get a new one. But then will you throw a solar concentrator which is generating steam? No, you will run it for 10 more years, and that's the pay after. So look at the pay after. So an innovation in marketing also required. So innovation at each step, a relentless hope which is fired by maybe one idea but kept going by every new idea, and continuous efforts to do it. These are basic things that an entrepreneur needs. And I'll say that it's a game of nows, right? Like cricket, suddenly something comes up and you are put down and you sit, get back slightly, look at it, go to basic as usual in IIT, and hit back with new idea. So that's how it's a game of now every day for an entrepreneur. Suddenly a person who is interesting, he joins, and then suddenly he has another idea and he goes. You have to sit back, think about it, get over it, go ahead. So a series of failures, a series of setbacks actually fine tune your path to success, because they are actually closing all wrong paths. So the failures are important. Failures should encourage, right? So that's a habit that you should go into if you are entrepreneurs. And success is a step. Success is not a last stop. That's I remember when in hostel we had a graffiti, H5, we had a graffiti. And there was a large board, and so everybody wrote something. We used to do it in hostel sometimes. And one person was very innovative, I'll say. He started writing success, and each time a wrong spelling. Right? Success. And he just report, and then he just made small, and there is no space. But he still wrote success. And he never got a right spelling, or maybe finally he wrote a right thing. That's it. You will fail, try new ways, try different ways, go on doing it relentlessly, don't lose your hope. It's a game of nows. And all this journey is important with people. Yes, people are very important when you go ahead. People and concepts, play with concepts, play with new concepts, be open, listen to people. People like engineers, appreciation. Money, fine, but appreciation. So ideas, concept, and then yes, you have to build team. So when you are in a meeting, I say that I was in a South Africa some time back, long time, and we were going on the road, and it was highly disciplined. And we asked, how come everybody is disciplined? The driver said, we are taught to drive. When we are taught to drive 5 cars, not 1 car. So I am driving my car, but I am also thinking how the car in the front, car in the back, car on this side, car on this side will be driven. It's like this. When I work with people, I have to think what this person says, what this person says, what that person says, appreciate their thinking process, and then drive your business. So this team making is very important. And entrepreneurship is something in many times, army requires leading from the front. Many businesses nowadays, corporate, require leading from the back. Right? Identify people, encourage them, make them successful, tell that it's his idea, acknowledge them. But in entrepreneurship, in all this journey, both are required. That's still difficult. You are sometimes in the mood, in the need to lead from front, but sometimes you have to take a back seat. You have to ask him, and that sense of peeping into the mind, peeping into the situation, understanding the situation is very important. Now, these are the things beyond engineering. Engineering is by the way. By the way, we are engineers. So, by the way, we will be doctors. By the way, we will be whatever it is. But if school of entrepreneurs can do this, drive 5 cars, learn to do that, and the relentless hope and fighting spirit, I think that is the entrepreneurship, and that will make our day. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Kedare, for your thoughts on importance of failures in entrepreneurial journey and the importance of innovation, that too a continuous innovation in an entrepreneur's life. And DSSC hopefully will succeed in all the objectives that you set forth. With the context set in place, let's move ahead. In recent times, India is emerging as the startup capital of the world. In academic research, there is an interesting theory called as triple helix model. It emphasizes on the role of three key pillars, which are industry, academia, and government in fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in a nation. Out of these three, to discuss the role of government, I would like to welcome Dr. Abhay Dsse. He is currently the Vice Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, and also holds additional charge of Chief Innovation Officer in Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell. Before joining AICTE as a Vice Chairman, Dr. Dsse served in the Ministry of Education as its Chief Innovation Officer. He will shed light on the government's vision for an entrepreneurial India. Let's give a round of applause to him.
Honorable Director Kedare sir, my Guru Dr. Anand Deshpande is also there in the audience. First, I would really like to thank DSSE for inviting me for this Entrepreneurship Day. And we were just discussing, and I was actually thinking about what to say, what not to say here, because you have a very elite gathering here. And just fortunately, somebody asked me while we were sitting downstairs that on scale of 1 to 10, what will be your rating for current status of academic entrepreneurship startup in our academic system. And I said 5 to 6. And he was not very convinced by it. So my job here is to actually now share with you that we are doing more than what you think we are. And by end of the day, you will see that although we are from the government, we are not as behind as what you think. So I was working with persistent systems initially, but then ministry decided that they are going to start an innovation cell at Ministry of Education. Unfortunately, I got hired. And I was told internally at that time by secretary that anyway, we are doing innovation cell here, so you need to innovate. You need to run it as a startup. And you need to ensure that you run it in a very much more entrepreneurial mode. I didn't have any entrepreneurial experience at that time, to be very honest with you. But I said I will try. And I joined ministry in 2018, and now we have come a long way. That spirit is still there. And I will share with you some of the things which we have done. And I will also share with you some concrete outcomes of what we have achieved. So when I joined ministry in 2018, because we had Smart India Hackathon at that time, just 2 editions we had done and we got good response. So we felt that there is appetite for such events more and we should do that. So we started working on it, on how we can take that thing further. But then when I started talking to large number of directors, deans, vice chancellors, we realized that the intervention has to be far more deeper. Because आपको तो पता है, जब डायस पे खड़े हो जाते हैं लोग, तो बहुत बड़ी-बड़ी बातें करते हैं. जार्गन्स तो थ्रो हो ही जाते हैं, कि ऐसा करना चाहिए, वैसा करना चाहिए. लेकिन आप उनको प्राइवेट में जाके पूछो, ये सही में करते क्या हो? And same thing happened with this innovation and entrepreneurship activities. So we used to ask, okay, actually tell us what you are doing. And the answers were extremely hodgepodge. So we said we have to come up with something very, very different. And we started working on that model. What we are calling is IICs, Institutional Innovation Councils. How many of you have heard of it? Oh, good. Okay. So we are successful to bit. Yeah. So that is the first matrix. So I was sitting for hours, sleepless nights, and we actually came up with some kind of a model. It's kind of a ready reckoner, you know. And we actually told institutions that if you will follow this model for a couple of years, then innovation entrepreneurial ecosystem will itself get established in your organization. We made a lot of mistakes, to be honest with you. We are still learning because there is no such model globally available. We actually innovated. And I'm very happy to share with you that currently we have innovation councils in more than 14,000 institutions. AICT has 13,000, but we have innovation councils in more than 14,000 institutions. And in last 3 years itself, the number of activities related to innovation, entrepreneurship, startup related activities, which are validated, are more than 3.2 lakh in this country. It's something very, very unprecedented. You know, 3.2 lakh activities involving crore plus students and faculty members. That's what we have. And recently, because we were also doubting ourselves, you know, हमको तो पता है, आपको मिनिस्ट्री में जाते हैं तो पूछते हैं कि सही नंबर बता रहा है या ऐसे ही फेंक रहा है. हाँ? तो मिनिस्ट्री ने कहा कि उसका एक थोड़ा थर्ड पार्टी स्टडी करा लो. So we actually appointed, and मिनिस्ट्री तो आपको पता है IIT IIMs के अलावा कहाँ जाती नहीं है. हाँ, उनको बोले दूसरे के इंस्टीट्यूट्स के पास भी जाओ, दे आर सेइंग नो, वी वुड लाइक टू सी कि IIT से रिपोर्ट क्या आता है, IIM से रिपोर्ट क्या आता है, because that is how this is a greatness of these institutions. So ministry appointed management department of IIT Delhi to study our model, and about 6 months back they gave us the report that in tier 2, tier 3 organizations, I'm not talking about tier 1 organizations, in tier 2, tier 3 organizations, the valuation of our student startups, faculty startups, is somewhere 1.5 lakh crore. And if we actually take a survival rate of 10%, okay, and these are registered startups, okay, registered startups, DPIIT registered. And if you really look at even, that is also 15,000 crores. It's something very unprecedented. And we were also, to be very honest with you, we were also quite zapped when we saw that, because we were also not expecting that number. But then when we started validating that number by talking to various incubators, and we realized that yes, that number may not be that inaccurate. So now we have more than 25 student faculty led startups, 25,000, okay, in various incubators. And that was only possible because we got National Innovation and Startup Policy for faculty and students. I don't think anywhere that policy exists as a nation, you know. Nation doesn't have a policy for faculty and students. And we have that policy. And through that policy, we actually have defined that what should be the equity sharing model, what should be the revenue sharing model, what should be IP sharing model. We have defined all these things. Because when we look at some of the revenue sharing models or some of the premier institutions at that time, we started working on it in 2019, but some like NIPERS and so on and so forth, the revenue sharing was with the institute was as high as 50%. We were shocked. 50% अगर पैसा इंस्टीट्यूट निकाल लेगा, 30% इनकम टैक्स निकाल लेगा, तो फिर बचता क्या है? कोई क्यों करेगा? You know? So we got it down to 20% and so on and so forth. Then again, we had, in that too also, we gave a lot of parameters that when you can hold 20%, if you're investing directly, then only you can hold 20% and so on and so forth. So we have that policy. And I'm very happy to share with you that more than 6,000 institutions now have adopted our policy. So it's again a big number. Then meanwhile, when we were working, we realized that if you want to actually promote entrepreneurship, then we have to actually ensure that IP is protected in the right way. Okay? So we said that what we can do about it. And that's where we started working with Ministry of Commerce, DPIIT. Because I don't know how many of you were aware that before 2019, educational institutes were clubbed along with industry. You know? And the charges were same for both. IP file करना तो industry का भी same है, educational institutes. So I personally met Piyush Goyal ji. I convinced him that saying that we need to actually change. And now you see there's 80% reduction in IP filing. It has come down to 1,700, 1,800 rupees IP filing, at least government fees. They have reduced it substantially. And now if you see, in 2018-19, IP filing from our academic institutions was around 3,500. And because of our intervention through program called Kapila, where we are actually training, we are filing, we are hand-holding the institutions, this year, IP filing from academic institutions is around 22,000. So it's an unprecedented growth of what we see when it comes to IP filing. Another very important initiative, what we did, was to open innovation centers. So we have now opened 12 innovation centers across country. Because institutions like IITs can have their technology transfers departments, can actually have a very inbuilt ecosystem, because you people are rich people. Although you can claim you're poor, and छोटा छोटा भी प्रोग्राम करने का बोलता हो तो भी पहला डिमांड आ जाता है पैसे का, but still you people are rich people. But if you really go to tier 2, tier 3 institutions, where they have one technology, maybe two technologies, they cannot afford. So we said we will have completely a dedicated center, which we are calling Innovation Center, which will go and scout ideas, handhold innovators, handhold entrepreneurs. And I'm very, very happy to share with you that through these innovation centers, now we have identified more than 5,600 mature technologies in TRL 6 and 7 level, at TRL 6 and 7, which are ready to actually for transfer. Apart from that, MOE, Ministry of Education, along with AICTE, has now created its own investor network. We have 107 investors as part of our investment community. And this Udyamotsav, on this startup day, the 16th of January is a startup day, National Startup Day. We had around 350 startups simultaneously pitching across 14 cities to about 80 investors. So that program was happening simultaneously. And those 350 plus startups which were there, they were chosen after 2 rounds of evaluation, because initial registration was 10,000 plus. And then we received deck around 8,000 plus decks we received, which went through 2 rounds of evaluation. And eventually we selected 350, around 300. But the best part of it was, it had 40 school startups. And for the first time, school students had the opportunity to actually talk to investors directly and pitch their product. So there are many such initiatives what we are trying to do. This year, AICTE has announced it as Year of AI. And we are actually working on how we can give big push. And we are internally discussing also that whether we can set something like an AI factory, where means for us AI factory is where we are actually trying to conceptualize what is going to be an educational institute of 2047. What should be a classroom of 2047? That is the thinking which we have started. And internally we are going to fund and create that kind of a, what we can say, an experience center, so that other institutes can come and see. Because at the end of the day, IITs, I don't know how many of you are aware about the stats part of it. You get around annually 15,000 students graduating from IIT, from all the IITs put together. If you look at NITs, then you are about 21,000. But if you look at AICTE institutions, we are about 1.5 million students graduating annually. So what we are actually doing is delivering engineering education to the world. There is no company in the world where AICTE person is not working. And I will be here, just end by saying this, that I know everyone is proud of Chandrayaan, but just look at the people who have actually delivered the Chandrayaan. It's not from premier institutions, it's from AICTE institutions. So that's the way, and I can still talk. I think I was only given 15 minutes to talk. I have actually overshooted. So I will stop here, but if you ask me, I can tell you a few more programs where we are doing more. First time in the world, many of the programs. Just before concluding, I would like to actually share with you, again, which you can go out with that pride, that what for the first time which we have done, is that we have introduced design thinking from standard 6th. We are working with CBSE. All books are actually on CBSE website from 6th standard to 12th standard. Ravi sir is not here. Ravi Puvaiya. So he has actually helped us design, his team has helped us design those books. And I'm very happy to share with you that more than, I think, 8,000 in schools have started offering design thinking as an elective from 6th standard. About 1.2 lakh students have taken it. That's what our latest status. So we as government are trying to do a lot, still long way to go. And with your guidance and your support, we believe that we will able to go far more, or we will able to actually leapfrog. I hope that this association continues. If you have any suggestions, comments, if you believe that we should do some certain things based on your experience, please do write to me, and we will be more than happy to actually give consideration. So thank you very much once again for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Dsse, for this enlightening speech. डायस पे खड़े होके जागन्स फेंकना आसान है, but I personally assure you that we host 2 to 3 times in a month IIC activities. I would like to invite Professor Milind Atre, the Deputy Director of IIT Bombay, who is also the President of IIC, to felicitate Dr. Dsse. I would ask Deepa, a teammate of ours at Dsse, to hand in the memento. Remember the triple helix that Krishna talked to you about? After we have had an exposure to the government stance for the promotion of innovation and entrepreneurship in the country, let's proceed to our next event. Moving further, we will delve into the role of academia in this. Next online will be a keynote speech by Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan. Professor Krishnan is the Director and Professor of Strategy at IIM Bangalore. He currently serves as the Ramcharan Chair Professor in Innovation and Leadership. He has also been listed in the Thinkers 50 India list of India's most influential management thinkers. Let us welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yeah, can you put up the presentation? Yeah, good afternoon. Let me first thank DSSE for inviting me to this event and congratulate you on the good progress with your building. I must also say that DSSE has been very persistent. Every year for the last 3 years, they've been inviting me. This year, I finally showed up. So thank you for persistent with that. So I thought I'll just share a few ideas on what it takes to build entrepreneurship, but I am going to start with a very maybe challenging hypothesis. I'm going to say that you'll probably build good entrepreneurs when the institution itself is entrepreneurial. And therefore, I'm going to talk a little bit about what an entrepreneurial institution looks like in my view. So essentially, you could ask this simple question, what is an entrepreneurial institution? Is it somebody or institution that just encourages and supports startups, or is it an organization that creates programs that society needs? Perhaps academic entrepreneurs, but maybe it's also one that just promotes a growth mindset. What do we mean by growth mindset? The ability to look at things in a fresh way, think about new ideas, maybe incorporate design thinking in whatever you're doing and things like that. Or perhaps it's all of the above. So I would just argue that perhaps we shouldn't take a very narrow view of the academia and its role in promoting entrepreneurship, but we should really look at it more in terms of how the institution itself can be much more entrepreneurial. I thought I'd just give you some examples. Long before we started talking about entrepreneurship and the role academia will play, some of you might have heard of this gentleman, Professor M.K. Bahan. He's a doctor, pediatrician at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And he found that he was having a significant challenge because many of the infants he treated were being their lives were being threatened because of the rotavirus. So initially he was wondering what to do. He realized the international vaccine is very expensive. So he started looking around in his own research, can he do something about it? Way back in 1986, he isolated a strain of rotavirus in his lab in AIIMS. And then he started thinking, okay, that's not good enough. Shouldn't we actually make an Indian vaccine? And you can just see here, it took, I think, almost 30 years for the vaccine to see the light of day. But he persisted, and finally India's rotavirus vaccine, Rotavac, which was produced by Bharat Biotech, is now a reality. And it's one of the lowest cost and fairly effective vaccines in the world. Dr. Ban, by the way, didn't do only this. Many of you might know he went on to become the Secretary of the Department of Biotechnology. And as Secretary of DBT, he put in place all the support programs that are today galvanizing the biotech industry in India. So you can see here's an entrepreneur in multiple dimensions in his lab and also in whatever he was doing in his professional life as well. Now, what you find is that it's not enough to come up with good vaccines. You also need people who will do the epidemiology, who will take things and make sure that they're safe. And there's a whole lot of other protocols that go along with making a vaccine finally effective in public health. Some of you might have seen Dr. Gagandeep Kang on TV during COVID. She was one of the experts who most of the channels turned to understand how viruses propagate and what are the dangers and things like that. So she played a role of that sort. And in fact, she was one of the first directors of the Translational Research Institute set up by the Ministry of Science and Technology in Faridabad. And today she is leading one of the programs for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation globally to address global health challenges. So I would imagine that she's also an academic and research-driven entrepreneur. Yesterday I was in Ahmedabad. And I was attending a conference that Professor Anil Gupta organized. If you look at Professor Gupta, he's also been an academic entrepreneur in his own right. What he realized several years ago is, going back again to the 1980s, along with several others, is that we have a rich set of ideas out there in villages and towns across the country, so-called grassroots innovations, but the innovators don't get recognized, the innovations don't get catalogued. As a result, some of them just die away and many of them don't get the visibility and credit that they deserve. So he, along with several other colleagues, started what was called the Honeybee Network. Honeybee Network then grew into something called Gyan. Of course, now there's the National Innovation Foundation, which is supported by the government. And he continues to be one of the leading evangelists in the world for grassroots innovation. To my mind, he is also an academic entrepreneur, maybe not in the sense of starting startups, but in the sense of really galvanizing change in a very important sector. And of course, you have people who get much more close to entrepreneurship itself. I love the story of Dr. Paul Raj. Many of you might have heard of him. So, most of his professional career was here in India. In fact, he was a naval officer. Towards the end of his Navy career, he went into the Bharat Electronics as the head of their R&D center. And then post-retirement, he actually went to the US and became a distinguished professor there. And in that role, he actually came up with one of the key technologies which is behind 4G wireless. Of course, we have moved on to 5G now, but his technological idea was at the core of 4G. What's interesting, however, is that when he first proposed this idea, most people poo-pooed it. They said, this is not going to work. And it also seemed to be contradicting many of the existing paradigms in the field, even at a place like Stanford, which you would think is the sort of mecca of innovation in a way. In fact, Dr. Paul Raj had to set up his own company, persevere for several years, idea before it could actually become part of the standards. And of course, finally, he got several awards for his contribution to 4G wireless. So I'm also trying to tell you that, academic entrepreneurship is not for the faint-hearted. You can see the time span it's taken many of these people to convert their ideas into some commercial outcome. We tend to get impatient, but I don't think we should get so impatient. Most of these people have taken 20, 30 years to finally get their idea out there into the market. And then there are people globally, of course, who are great inspiration for all of us. Many of you might be familiar with Professor Bob Langer at MIT. If you're not familiar, you must go and read about him. I've lost count now. He has, I think, been responsible for something like 400 startups out of MIT. His total patent count is in the thousands. I mean, all those numbers are huge, but what is more interesting is the way he goes about doing his research. For all of us who are in academia, I think the starting point is really what problems do we try to solve. And depending on what problem you try to solve, the eventual impact is also going to vary. So you can see here the kind of criteria that Bob Langer uses before he embarks on a new research project. It should be a huge idea, which is conceived by recognizing a critical social need, and there should be a potential to create a platform product to address it. There should be a potential for a seminal paper which establishes the science behind the idea. There should also be potential for a blocking patent, because otherwise, of course, it's not going to get commercial value. And finally, of course, because he works in that area where you need in vivo studies, that should be potential for that to be done. But he uses these criteria upfront. So he's essentially choosing very challenging problems even before he goes into entrepreneurship. So I just want to just give you this first idea that I think it's very important that as academics, and I'm addressing here all the faculty and potential faculty in this room, I think we should perhaps take our role a little more than just, teaching and writing papers. There is a broader entrepreneurial role that we can play, and it doesn't necessarily mean starting companies, though that could be one dimension of it. But that's the kind of entrepreneurial energy we need to demonstrate and display in our institutions to make them the sort of beehive for a lot of interesting ideas. I know I shouldn't show competitor slides here, but I think some competition is also good for entrepreneurship. So, I mean, if you generally look at it, I think the IITs have played a significant role in catalyzing student entrepreneurship and faculty entrepreneurship. And I think these two things go together. I think in the long run, if we want to see good startups by students, we also need faculty to be closely involved. And that means faculty also have to take a lead role, which means our systems and processes within our leading institutions need to facilitate that. Ideas like the research park are great ideas to catalyze this process. And I'm sure IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, and many others will drive this particular orientation. Supportive alumni play a key role, and today, of course, we are here on a very pleasant occasion when we are also appreciating Bharat Desai's contribution to Dsse. But clearly, you need a good network of alumni who not only is supporting the students, but also supporting the institution and creating a facilitative network for entrepreneurship to happen. I just want to give you another simple example of how institutional entrepreneurship can really change institutions. Today, we all take it for granted, about Stanford. Stanford is this outstanding place. It's really spurred innovation. So many startups have come out. But that's not the way Stanford started, by the way. In fact, if you go back in history and look at Stanford, for the first 30, 40 years of its existence, it wasn't anything great. The real thing that changed Stanford was actually after World War II, when the US government realized, after the successful experience of the Manhattan Project, that government funding could really catalyze academic innovation in a way that could really build industry. And therefore, the NSF and all the other programs started. Stanford was perhaps one of the first universities to realize the potential of that program and to figure out that, if we can really use all this funding that's available, if we can attract really entrepreneurial faculty, maybe we can really change the course of our institution. And that's exactly what they did. So if you look at Stanford as one of the key contributors to the creation of Silicon Valley, it's partly thanks to people like Fred Terman, who was the dean of the engineering school at Stanford way back then, who actually drove this process of taking government grants and really catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship in the organization. There are other models as well. I just thought, since I'm director of IIM Bangalore, I must make a pitch for our entrepreneurship center as well. So at NSRCL, we have taken a slightly different track. What we have figured out is that our main contribution is in creating entrepreneurial capacity. We work with very early stage entrepreneurs. We've also taken a decision we'll try to work at scale. We don't think it makes much sense to do 10 startups, 20 startups a year. Just to give you some data, this year, I think during April to December, that's actually 24 probably, sorry, April to December 24, we have already worked with 1100 startups. Incubation is a slightly broad term here. We have worked with them in various forms. But our whole objective is to really create entrepreneurial capability across the ecosystem. And there are many ways in which we do it. We run very impactful training programs for entrepreneurs. We provide mentoring. We provide incubation. We have a significant focus on women entrepreneurs. In fact, 65% of the women, entrepreneurs we supported last year or worked with were women. And you can see, of course, some of the other numbers. But basically what we are trying to do is we are really trying to make an impact on building entrepreneurial capability at scale. And this just gives you some snapshot of some of the results of all the endeavors we have taken. And you can see a nice picture of, in fact, when the Honorable President visited IMB for our Golden Jubilee, the one ask she had was she wanted to meet the women entrepreneurs. So that picture actually captures her meeting with the women entrepreneurs when she came to campus. And I think that was a sort of nice testament to the work we have done over time in working with women entrepreneurs. And we are very proud of the fact that we've also worked with entrepreneurs who moved in very different spaces. Mitti Cafe today is in Rashtrapati Bhavan, it's in Supreme Court, it's also on IMB campus. And Alina, who is the founder of Mitti Cafe, her incubation of her idea happened at NSRCL. Today she has more than 45 cafes in the country, all of them completely staffed by persons with disability. And she, of course, won the national award for creating employment for persons with disability just in December 2024. So these are the kind of areas. And so, I mean, of course, we are not a tech incubator in that sense. We have a much broader space in which we play, but you can see that we are able to make impact in multiple dimensions. We also realize that there are some spaces where we need to support youngsters who have ideas in entrepreneurship. And we therefore came up with this online BBA program. This is the first time we have gone to an online degree. This is the first time we are offering an undergraduate degree, but it's focused on building entrepreneurship and digital business skills in youngsters. And we are using the new opportunity the UGC has created by allowing students to register in 2 programs simultaneously. Many of the students are also registered in other academic programs. And our focus is on building a whole new generation of young undergraduates across the country who have ideas for entrepreneurship and digital business right from the time they are doing their graduation. Okay, I think I'll just close by a couple of remarks on the broader ecosystem. If you look at the ecosystem as a whole, finally, if you really want to see innovation in any geography, there are a few factors which become important. One is, of course, do you have the right inputs? Do you have the people? Do you have the infrastructure? Do you have the knowledge, etc.? That's an important part. But you also have an important factor. Is there an incentive to innovate? If I innovate, am I really going to get rewarded? Is my company going to get valuation? Am I going to get the returns which are deserved? And one of the reasons the US is really the hub for innovation globally is because the capital markets there have really valued innovation over time. So that's another factor. And of course, the third one is, do we have capacity to innovate within the organizations? That's where many of our large companies in India, I think there are some question marks whether they really have developed that capacity in a big way. But luckily, we have all these startups coming up. In my perception, at least, while the incentive to innovate has certainly improved over the last couple of decades, we still have some way to go on the first 2. And that's where building the entrepreneurial ecosystem really matters. We have some opportunities. Just like Stanford used the NSF and other changes that had been brought about in the US after World War II. We have new initiatives by the government like the ANRF, which are just getting off the ground. If all goes well, there's going to be about 50,000 crores invested in R&D in the next 5 years, primarily focused on the higher education system. These are the opportunities which our educational institutions really need to take advantage of to build the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. We already have several support schemes like the DBT's end-to-end support schemes, which cover whole range of organizations and start right from the seed of an idea right to commercialization. And I think it's up to all of us to really take best advantage of this. So I'll just conclude by saying that my main message is really twofold. One is, I think if we want to promote entrepreneurs, institutions themselves need to be entrepreneurial. What does that mean? That means that there are lots of opportunities for institutions to display entrepreneurship, and we should take best advantage of those. I think if we are entrepreneurial ourselves, I'm sure it will have a rub-off effect on students, and it will make the entrepreneurial ecosystem much more vibrant and successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Krishnan, for the keynote speech, which gave us clarity about what are the entrepreneurial universities, with some fascinating examples of academic entrepreneurs and university entrepreneurship support ecosystems across the globe and particularly in India. Now I'll request Professor Krishnan to be part of the fireside chat on the topic catalyzing university entrepreneurship, which you might have noticed is the theme of this year's DSSC Entrepreneurship Day. Now let's welcome other panelists of this discussion with big round of applause. The moderator of this chat, Professor Ravi Gudi, is the Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations and AI/ML Chair Professor. He has served as the head of Chemical Engineering Department and also the Continuing Education Program. His areas of research include green engineering and sustainability in industrial practices. Next, I will also request Bharat Desai to come on the stage. There are very few individuals who have passion to make sure that they pass on the baton to the next generations. Bharat Desai is part of this rare breed of thought leaders who have taken active efforts to promote entrepreneurship for nation building. He co-founded consulting and outsourcing company Sintel in 1980 and he is also a chairman of Dsse Advisors. Please welcome, sir. Next panelist for discussion is Dr. Abhay Jere, some of whose thought we have already listened to. Let's welcome all of our panelists with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. As we gather here to celebrate the DSSC Foundation, the 11th DSSC Foundation Day, I think it's my pleasure to host this and moderate this panel discussion. As you have seen, we have a really a light panel here to talk on the subject matter of catalyzing university entrepreneurships. A lot has been said by Dr. Jere as well as Professor Rishikesh Krishnan. I'm sure all of you have a lot of questions as well, but just to kind of very quickly delve into this topic, this is a question to all our panelists. Academic institutions like IITs and IIMs have traditionally focused on education, primarily looking at creating manpower development and being able to meet the requirements of the profession at large. But in recent years, we have seen a lot of priority and a lot of upsurge in entrepreneurship. What has really driven this change? And we would like to have your thoughts on how university can balance education, research, and entrepreneurship or startup creations. Maybe I'll start with Professor Rishikesh, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to build on the points I made on my presentation. I think the key issue to me is really how faculty members decide on their research agenda. If you decide a research agenda that's very narrow, very focused on publishing papers, nothing wrong with it, but that's unlikely to fuel a lot of entrepreneurship. The more faculty members pick up problems that also have industrial application or social implications or any kind of application beyond their lab, you're also likely to see the opportunity for more translations, startups, and so on. So I would really urge a revolution in that. I think all of us know how to publish papers. That's not a big challenge. But can we also pick topics or look at ideas that really have the potential to change society or industry? That's where I think the biggest change is required. It might also require, along with that, some changes in the way we look at our internal evaluation systems. We need to find ways of measuring impact. If somebody takes a more risky idea, professor, and decides to work with that for a few years, he may or she may not have several papers during that period, but we need to be able to recognize they're doing something important and not penalize them for that. So I think there are a lot of internal systemic changes which need to accompany such a focus, which will enable us to straddle all the seemingly contradictory things that you just mentioned.
Thank you, Professor Rishikesh. Can I request Bharat to share his thoughts, please?
Hi. So I think the primary cause for change is technology. Technology is driving a lot of change across, and the change in technology is making a lot of older businesses obsolescent and creating opportunities to provide new services and products to people. So I think it's the pace of technological change that is making it necessary for universities to encourage entrepreneurship among their career options. Also, if you look at the number of students graduating, and this is very much true in India, there are not enough jobs out there. So the best way for us to drive change and move forward is to encourage them to become entrepreneurs. And what entrepreneurs really do is create new products and services. I firmly believe that what entrepreneurs do is change the world. So I think we have a unique opportunity for leading institutions with the support of government to drive these changes. And I think that's the opportunity for us.
So pursuing employment is now shifting towards creating employment opportunities.
Correct. Yeah.
Thanks, Bharat. Prashant, Abhay?
I will just like to take forward what Professor Krishnan said. So when I joined AICT, I was actually looking at what are the incentives to faculty members for actually taking this route, going on entrepreneurial journey or doing startups. I also studied the document which was there by UGC, and you will be very shocked to hear that in both the documents, innovation word was not even mentioned once. Okay, patent filing was not there at all in UGC document. AICT document at one place said that we should do that. Okay, so unless and until you incentivize faculty members, जो पूरा focus था was on publications. So if faculty members in universities, which is going to actually determine their growth, is going to be on publications, then अगर आप उनको बोलते हो पेपर छापे हो, तो वो बोलते हैं पेपर क्या, हम जर्नल छाप के दिखाते हैं आपको, and that's what happened actually. We had more than 46,000 journals actually coming out of from random universities. Okay, and then that UGC had to look into which journal should be, and even in UGC careless there were about more than 25,000-30,000 journals. So now what we have done is, I think there is a lot of controversy going on currently, because UGC has revised its draft and has put in for public comment. We have also revised our draft. We actually put it in public domain for getting comments. We received more than, I think, 2,000 or 3,000 comments we received. And for the first time, what we have told that, okay, if you are doing startup, then this much of points. If you are doing, if you are on board of a startup, if you are patent, if you have publication, So we have now 3 components. One is research component, innovation component. Second is, that's one component. Then one is academics component. And the third is student feedback. Because what we realized also, is that, when you say institutions like IITs need to actually do pedagogy, it's a teaching institute. That's also not bad, because I actually coordinate national awards for teachers, which president give. And when we were interviewing teachers and we were asking what innovative things you have done in pedagogy, people used to tell that mere itne publications hai, my H index is this, I have so many organizations. Baba, we don't want to know what you have done as part of research, but tell us what you have done as part of pedagogy, as teacher. And there were hardly any. So we had 45 awards and we could end up only giving 11 or 12 awards. Because the entire narrative has been shifted towards paper publications or has got skewed in that direction. Now we have to bring it back. And this is one of the important components, If government puts the right policies in place, which we are working on, then we will be able to do it.
Thanks. I think those are interesting perspectives. The balance is something that I think each university does have to strive to make sure that education, research, and promoting entrepreneurship. I think risk aversion due to social pressures, financial pressures, does hold back many engineering students from actually pursuing entrepreneurship. What would you kind of suggest as steps that the university or industry leaders should take to promote this risk aversion or the risk to fail, and yet be able to create the impact both for themselves personally and then professionally, societal as well? So maybe Bharat, if you can take that question.
See, my honest answer on this is that is not the university's job. It is the individual's job. If the individual is not willing to take a risk on themselves, why would anybody else? So it's really but what the universities can do is prepare them for risk taking, and I think maker spaces, projects, letting students do what they want and undergo a learning process where they're innovative, they build confidence, and they understand that failure is really part of the game. So that's my view.
Yeah. Dr. Jerry?
So when we spoke to large number of students, that is a real problem which we realized. That many students told us that yes, we want to do, but our boyfriend, girlfriend, because they have many of them, they said you should not do. Why you want to? You take maybe a job which may be from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night, but at least you have Saturday, Sunday. तब 70 hours का नहीं था इतना, या 90 hours का नहीं था. So you can actually take at least we can go to mall, enjoy movies and those kind of, because entrepreneurship is 48 hours job a day. So we said how we can solve this problem. Okay, problem is there. So we started a very, very innovative program called as Innovation in Entrepreneurship and Venture Development. And it's not, although it's called MBA, it's not a conventional MBA. It's not a classroom-based program. It's an incubator-based program. The classroom component is only about 15 to 20%. And what we were telling students is that if you want to pursue entrepreneurship, you join this program under the garb of MBA, you actually pursue entrepreneurship. You can actually take admission as part of teams, work on your project and the incubator. अगर अच्छा होता है तो एंटरप्रेन्योर भी बन गए और एमबीए डिग्री भी मिल गया. नहीं है तो एमबीए डिग्री तो है ही, एंड आपके माता पिता या आपके बॉयफ्रेंड गर्लफ्रेंड बोल सकते हैं इस दुनिया को कि मेरा बेटा एमबीए कर रहा है. So now that program is there. We have about 21 institutions currently running that kind of a program. We are in few institutions we are getting really good results. In few institutions, yes, some modification is really required. So that pilot is currently going on for last 3 years.
Thank you. Professor Rishikesh, I think the common perception of students pursuing MBAs in the IIMs is to take a cushy job in the corporate world. What kind of a perspective is that from a risk aversion perspective, and what would
I think first one must be honest. The fact is that only single-digit percentage of our graduates go directly into entrepreneurship. That's a fact. So I can't dispute it, and I won't try to dispute it. But a few years down the line, many of them do go into entrepreneurship. That's what we have seen. So once they have cleared their bank loan or got their sort of basic finances in order, many of them are quite happy to actually go in that direction. To support them, we have done a few things. For example, we do allow deferred placement if somebody is into a startup. IMB is not doing it, but I know some institutions are also willing to help students with some stipend if they want to take up an entrepreneurial option. I know, for example, SP Jain in Mumbai does have a scheme that does that. At IIM Indore, when I was the director, we tried an experiment which was, I'm afraid, not terribly successful, but it was worth doing. Essentially, what we said is, you can take a huge chunk of your second year credits, and instead of doing courses, you can actually do your venture. So we tried to give them the opportunity to try out their venture ideas during the MBA program itself. A few of them did it. Unfortunately, none of them finally succeeded in the venture, so the program didn't get too much traction, but I think it was a good idea. It was worth trying out. So I think these are the kind of ideas we need to pursue now to figure out. Well, I mean, though philosophically I'm quite in agreement with Bharat. I think people have to sort it out, but still, maybe if we can provide a little bit of a safety net, there's nothing wrong.
I just want to add here because he actually talked about scholarships. So this 3 days back, AICT has taken a decision where we are actually going to offer, now it has, our board has passed it. So we are going to offer product development fellowships to BTech students, 37,000 per month, which is equivalent to GRF. 4 students, up to 4 students from in a team can get that. So we have approved the budget, and we are soon going with the advertisement for call for proposals. So we have actually done that, so, and it's quite a big money, 37,000 initially for 1 year, and if you are doing good, then again extendable by another year.
Wonderful. I think that's a very good safety net. I'd like to ask Professor Krishnan. You showed some very impressive statistics about the NSRCEL. It was started, I guess, early 2000s or so, quite some time ago. Yeah. You didn't speak about open innovation that also the NSRCEL is well known for. What are the challenges in implementing open innovation, and do you see that has resulted in a huge success for you when you bring in, from different innovators together in an open innovation frame?
No, I think, I mean, just like, I've been talking about academic entrepreneurs, I think institutions and incubators also need to be fairly entrepreneurial and try out new things. So actually we have all sorts of models actually happening in NSRCL. One of the models we have adopted in quite a big way is to go in for verticals with company support. This brings in a much wider spectrum of entrepreneurs into the incubation system. For example, we work with Maruti Suzuki in the mobility space. Maruti itself invests a lot of attention to it. By the way, Maruti Suzuki is investing in this not from CSR money. They are investing from their business budget because they say that mobility is core to our business. We want to really help these startups, and we want the startups to be very business-like. So this has really helped us widen the ecosystem a lot. And similarly, we work with Capgemini in the sustainability space. So a lot of, I think we have got some more creative models going to generally get a much larger set of startups involved. And of course, IMB incubator is somewhat unique in the sense that most of our startups are actually from outside. They're not from among our students and alums. We are an open incubator, and we deliberately reach out to entrepreneurs in multiple spaces and in fact all over the country. We have reach in almost all the states now.
So is IP protection a problem in open innovation? How do you manage the sharing of IP? Has it been a smooth journey?
I think, no, I mean, I don't think we are doing open innovation in the IP sense really. I mean, IP is not, I mean, the IP, whatever we are doing is actually resting with the entrepreneurs themselves. So that's not really where we are doing. I don't know what other kind of, maybe Vardhini can tell better. Any other kind of open innovation we are doing?
Incubating entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. It's another experiment that we are running. So we could also sort of frame that under the broader open innovation.
The co-incubation model, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would turn over to Bharat. I think it's well known that you built Sintel in an era when startup was not even talked about. What were the challenges? What are the pitfalls? And could you just paint your journey, success journey through Sintel, and what advice would you suggest for our budding entrepreneurs to be able to also have, they obviously view you as a role model, but what are the best practices that they could learn from you?
So, we bootstrapped, Nirja and I co-founded the company, so I have to tell you that partnership was critical. We bootstrapped the company. And, we faced the challenges that every business faces. What are the challenges? You have to find a product that the market wants. You have to hire employees that are capable of supporting that service. And as an entrepreneur, that was tough to do. But I think what helps ultimately is you have to be very focused and determined. And we did that. And over time, and once you become successful, in any business, you have a lot of imitators. So what you then have to do is continue to evolve your business so that you're not just relevant to customers, but you're also innovative in how you're delivering your service. And I'd say the most important, and that's a journey. I'd say the single most important message I can give is entrepreneurship is a tough journey. Every day is a grind. You know, Nirja used to ask me when I came home sometimes, is everything okay? And my response to her was always, I cannot look you in the face and tell you everything is okay. That day will never come. That's just the way the business world is. But I think visioning something, focusing on it and building it gives a lot of joy. And I'd say to any entrepreneur, the journey is tough, but focusing on the outcomes and realizing that is a dream, and that's what makes it fun.
And how would you, what advice would you give to budding entrepreneurs against failure? I mean, how would you prepare them
About
for
failure?
Yes.
Listen, I think first thing is you have to have self-belief. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to be passionate about what you're trying to accomplish. If you can do those two things, embark on the journey, there'll be lots of pitfalls, but you have to find ways around those pitfalls. And if you're perseverant, you will ultimately be successful. You have to want to do something really badly, and you have to want to make a difference in a certain, like if there's a product you have to want to make your product the best there is. And if you do that, then the market will appreciate it and you have an opportunity to grow. But believe in yourself, work really hard, and build on failures. Don't be daunted by failure.
Thank you, Bharat. Let me move to Dr. Abhay Jere. You had some very impressive statistics on what the government is doing in terms of the innovation councils and the kind of startups that have been created. If you look at the current spectrum of startups or innovative ideas, they come from consumer tech, perhaps shallow tech, deep tech, and the like. And each of these have different, I would say, their own share of failures, their maturation times, the impact that they can make, the sustainability aspects of all of those. Could you share some thoughts on whether these aspects have been factored in terms of the granularity of deep tech, shallow tech, consumer tech, and what kind of, do we need to promote them differently? Do we need to kind of give them more incentives for deep tech ideas? Because those are the ones that really need a lot of hand-holding as they mature. So just share your thoughts on that, helpful for the entrepreneurs here.
So, as I can say about AI City, what we are doing at AI City, because yes, what you have talked about is a very, very important aspect. So we had one very famous research promotion scheme which we had, and we used to just donate money or throw away money at some random nonsense projects. And when we actually looked at the quality of projects which were there, were pretty bad. Okay, so about a year back, we actually completely revised that policy and actually made it lab to market kind of a policy. And the objective of that policy was that how I can take a product or a concept which is at TRL 3 level to TRL 7, 8 kind of a level, and especially deep tech. Okay, and we said that we will invest on them, and currently we are funding on these which are not so, because BIRAC is already doing from BIRAC perspective these kind of things. So we learned from BIRAC actually, and we are now funding about 100 such projects going to which we are seeing lab to market kind of technologies, and it is called as lab to market. and for 2 years, 3 years as a grant. So because the gestation period is high, you cannot expect immediate returns. So it's better to give initial seed funding as grant, and that's what we are trying to do. And we hope that through that we will able to actually help some of these failures.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really wonderful initiative, especially if you look at.
But I will request one thing. I think before this Israeli war, there was one very interesting forum. I think just before COVID also, they stopped. But in Israel, there was a forum. The name is pretty bad of that forum, but it's called as Fucked Up Nights, So they actually invite failures to talk about their startup. Every Friday they used to, and it was one of the most jam-packed sessions. I have seen some videos which were there from that, and they usually used to make a very detailed presentation that where they actually messed it up, and the reason it was really well attended because students or the youngsters could actually realize that what they should not do. That is very, very important.
Yeah, wonderful. I think the students here who have deep tech ideas and aspirations, pull up your socks. I think there is a very good support that's available from the ICT. I'll move over to Professor Rishikesh. This is primarily to look at industry and their involvement in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Generally, ideas mature, they go to higher TRL levels, either they get licensed or there's a startup created, and what role does industry or what role can industry play in being able to promote this? You talked about the research park at IIT Madras. I would like to do a little bit of publicity for IIT Bombay. We have a research park at IIT Bombay too, along with the Dsse City School of Entrepreneurship, the Translational Research Center, and SIGN. We essentially have a closure of cycle of innovations coming, getting matured through our translational research, getting incubated in SIGN, taken to market by the entrepreneurs, and coming back to the research park to further the state of the art. So that loop closure is there. I'm sure that industries can participate in many ways to kind of accelerate this cycle and be able to help proliferate the innovations and their impact. So
I think two quick points. First one is, I think it's pretty well established that academic research and even startups will benefit more if industries are also more R&D and tech savvy. Because if they are really going to adopt innovation from a startup or even from academia, they will need to put in some work, whatever be the TRL level and so on. They will really need to do some work to finally take it to the market. So I would imagine that whatever we do, industry needs to the large industry particularly needs to become more R&D intensive. Otherwise, even the good ideas which are coming from elsewhere will not get commercialized. That's the first point. Second point is, you have a lot of big companies which run programs to so-called collaborate with startups. But the fact is most of them don't know how to collaborate. Structurally, they are not well organized to make that happen. They don't understand what startups do. They tend to sort of try to just, extract the idea and find some way of commercializing it themselves. So I think there's a whole range of learning which big companies need to go through if they want to collaborate effectively with startups. And there's a very interesting book written by Shamin Prashantam at SEEBS in Shanghai. That's his research topic. He really looks at how large companies and startups can partner well. And I would strongly recommend that book to anybody who wants to figure out what do large companies need to do if they want to collaborate effectively.
Thank you. Move over to Bharat. You have seen the entrepreneurship ecosystem both in India as well as in the US. What are the key differences? What do you think we should learn from the US entrepreneurial ecosystem or vice versa?
I'd say each country has its own ecosystem, which is attuned to its culture. In India, I think a critical skill is a lean culture, where you have lean startups, and companies can benefit from using lean processes to move forward. So Indian companies I think, are very skilled at using minimal resources and building products and going to market. And I think that's a unique strength of India that we should pick. We should understand deeply and ensure that that's really internalized across the board.
So again, as a matter of publicity, I must say, I must highlight the CAR-T cell therapy that has now gone to the market from IIT Bombay for cancer treatment, certain specific types of blood cancer. It matured in around the same time, and it costs about a tenth less than what it costs elsewhere in the world. This is a technology that was launched to the nation and to the world right from this platform by the Honorable President Draupadi Murmu.
No, India has a unique talent there, and these products can really be taken not just nationally but globally.
Yeah.
That's what we have to capitalize on, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm just been So I'll just pick up the last question about co-incubation that was just mentioned. You know, in technology areas like healthcare and sustainability, which are global problems, but you know, you need to look at it from what local innovations you can drive, but that which could have global impact. And so while co-incubation is something that you talked about at the NSR cell, is this something that can be done across nations? For example, a couple of inventors working in India and elsewhere in the globe, and they share or they do a co-incubation of their inventions, innovations. The potential impactful outcome will be that, of course, for example, in the healthcare, it gets approved by the regulatory bodies in the individual nations, and it also has access to the market in both the nations. So in terms of impact, that impact is more sustainable. So is this a model that could be successful, co-incubation across nations? Your thoughts on that, Professor Rishi?
I think when Professor Vardhini comes on stage, you can ask her some more details. But we have tried some other experiments. We have tried, for example, trying to encourage collaboration between Indian startups and Israeli startups. We also had another effort at trying to connect Indian startups with Korean startups. This is all through our entrepreneurship programs that we have. I don't think they've been terribly successful. The idea was partly to actually leverage what Bharat said. The assumption that while those guys might have the real tech ideas, our guys might have some good lean methods to bring down the cost and diffuse them and so on. I think it had some limited success, but I think it's still work in progress.
Still work in progress, okay. I have time for 2 quick questions maybe from the audience. Let's open up the floor for questions from the audience, maybe a couple of them. Any questions from the audience? Students? Yes. If you could share a mic with them, please.
Hello, sir. Myself, Dr. Vikas Chauhan. Actually, I would like to ask a question related to the paper, journal paper that you were saying in the first phase. Sir, as I'm looking for any assistant professor job in any institute, like in a technical institute. So as you are saying that means number of paper is not that much required. It is okay to just to cross the eligibility criteria, but there is a screening where all institutions are looking for the number of paper, one of the criteria that we have to fulfill. So is it really possible that you are saying that we are scratching down the number of paper criteria, and can it would be possible in the future, like?
Okay. So this is because of this currently prevailing mindset now. That is the problem with the mindset. Okay. When you will have right kind of matrices where a patent or a startup or a publication will be considered equivalent through some kind of a formal notification. Then if you have one or the other, you are going to get shortlisted. Okay, I understand what you are trying to say. शॉर्टलिस्ट ही नहीं होते, इंटरव्यू को ही नहीं बुलाते तो कैसे करें?
सर एपीआई नहीं बनता है तो
I understand what you so we are actually trying to change that mindset.
Thank you, sir.
My question is to Dr. Dsse. You talked about introducing Institution Innovation Council (IIC), and it has shown really good results in Tier 2 and Tier 3 systems. But if we look at tier 1 systems like IIT, they have been around for like 20-25 years, and a lot of their systems have evolved out, as a function of time. How do you see IIC in these kind of institutions? What role should IIC play there?
आईआईटीज को सब पता है, तो उनको सिखाने के लिए जाओगे तो बोलते हैं हमको क्यों सिखा रहे हो. So it's better to stay away from some of these institutions. If I have to create impact, so some of the institutions suffer from I know everything syndrome. So see, but jokes apart, yes, in institutions like IIT, this thought process is there. There are right kind of people to nurture that thought process. But and at the end of the day, the number of institutions are 22 and 22. Those kind of institutions. When I am looking at 13,000 institutions, because AICT currently has 13,000 institutions under it belt. So our focus is not on IITs, but what kind of efforts we should do, and the efforts we also require to be done are very different. For example, when we started working on IP literacy and IP promotion, I can safely say 90% of our higher educational institutions in this country never filed an IP ever. Okay, so we have to start from there. So the kind of interventions required with these institutions, tier 2, tier 3 institutions, are very different than kind of interventions which you will require here. You will require here more of a mega investor support and those kind of things, because you have matured to an extent. Okay, but हमारे यहाँ जो AICT institutions है, वहाँ तो अभी बेसिक में ही प्रॉब्लम है, तो वो हम कैसे सुधारें उसके ऊपर ज्यादा काम करें.
Thank you. I think Anu is already. So let's. I'm sure all of you would agree we had an excellent fireside chat and a panel discussion. Please join me in thanking Professor Hrishikesh Krishnan, Bharat Dsse, and Dr. Abhay Jere for joining me on this fireside chat. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Professor Ravi, for this wonderful chat. Thank you, Professor Krishnan, Dr. Jere, Bharat Dsse. In this time and age, a key imperative for universities has become promoting entrepreneurship. That is the third mission after the first mission of teaching and second mission of research. Thank you, Shweta, for bringing forth the tokens of respect for our distinguished guests. Universities can indeed prepare students for the risks that entrepreneurial journeys encompass. Though the journey is tough, the fruit of success is very sweet. I request Professor Shirish Kedare to felicitate Thank you, Professor Ravi, for felicitating our distinguished guests. Thank you, Sanjay. This symposium has been full of some very interesting and sagacious conversations so far. To make matters more alluring, we have in store a panel discussion on the topic Entrepreneurship, Education and Research. This discussion will be moderated by Professor Sankalp Pratap. Professor Sankalp is an associate professor at Dsse. His primary research stream focuses on the evolving entrepreneurship ecosystems in India, including university entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship support organizations. Apart from academia, he has also worked as a marine engineer and with the Tata Group in various capacities. The scholarly panel for this discussion includes Professor Basab Chakravarti, who is a professor and head of Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering Entrepreneurship, IIT Kharagpur. His area of research includes EV and energy storage devices. He has also previously worked in various capacities in R&D Center, Exide Industries Limited. The next is Professor Shivardhani Jha, who is a professor of entrepreneurship at IIM Bangalore and chairperson of NSR Cell, IIM Bangalore Startup Incubator. She has also contributed to policy formulation around innovation and entrepreneurship at the international, national, and state government levels. Next online is Professor Amrutur Bhardwaj from IISc Bangalore. He also heads the Technology Innovation Hub Art Park, translating tech with AI or robotics into products. The next is Professor Rajkrishnan Shankar. Professor Shankar is currently an Associate Professor of Strategy and Entrepreneurship at Great Lakes Institute of Management. He is a globally recognized entrepreneurship scholar with research interests spanning strategy, entrepreneurship, and organizational theory. Professor Raj has been empaneled as a national entrepreneurship expert by the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. We would welcome the panel with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon to all. India has had an absolutely breathtaking decade of experimentation, investments, and policy intervention when it comes to creation of entrepreneurship ecosystem at various levels. National, state, very many cities, and thousands of universities. Let's just sample what have been some of the outcomes. Startup India, as a policy, as a platform, as a support system incorporated in 2016, has become so important that we now have a National Startup Day, and since 2022, every year on 16th January we celebrate it. Atal Innovation Mission has established hundreds of incubation centers and tinkering labs, and our country is already having the third largest network of incubators globally. Smart India Hackathon is the world's largest open innovation model. Every year, more than 4,000 institutes and lakhs, literally lakhs of students participate in this competition from August till December. MOE's Innovation Cell has spawned the Institution Innovation Council, and as Dr. Dsse spoke about, we have 14,000 institutes where that council with its calendar is active. The National IPR policy, the National Startup policy, they have all created a shift in mindset and outcomes at the university level. And finally, the Deep Tech policy and the Deep Tech Fund for Funds is attempting to help complex technologies scale the TRL ladder for technological sovereignty and prosperity for our country. As policy and practice in creation of this entrepreneurship industry, as it is now being called, is galloping fast and furious, entrepreneurship research and education related capability building is also happening feverishly. It is at this confluence that we locate this panel, and we have in the panel distinguished faculty members who have also been practitioners, who bring with them the experience of having led this charge in the last 10 years, and those who are at the edge of all this activity would obviously know a lot more as to what can go wrong and what has worked. So I begin inviting Professor Raj, whose book on entrepreneurship I saw way back when I was a doctoral student in 2014 as an EDII. So I noticed that somebody from EDII had authored the book. And then I heard that he had left India's shores and gone not to the West, but to the Nordic. He, in a way, conquered that space and is now back in India. So, Professor Raj, in terms of the research that you did there, you saw happening there, and what you now see in India, the needs that the evolving ecosystem of India has as far as entrepreneurship research is concerned, how do you make sense of it? These differences?
First and foremost, I think the Nordics have a huge advantage. You know, the first time I was called to teach a class in Norway, they kept saying India and Norway. And I said, when I started, I said, no, we're making a wrong comparison. If you really want to compare something to India, it's better to say Europe and Norway because it's as diverse. I mean, when you come to India, it's quite homogeneous in Norway. So the moment you say Norway and India, there's no comparison because you come to India. So I was trying to tell them, we're trying to compare something, it's not comparable. So let's look at it differently. Because of this, I think they have huge advantages. Because of the homogeneity, they have great ways to organize data, collect data. And the second aspect also is of scale. So for example, the first thing I learned is a large company in Norway is 30 employees. So for a second I was thrown back because I was saying they won't even qualify for MSME probably in India because we were talking of very, very different scales. And so it was much easier for them with a population of 5 million or something. It's so easy for them to say, I'll get all the data organized the way I want. And so you can throw out a lot of research. It's much more organized, easier to manage and govern. So one thing that we could learn is that I think we can start acknowledging that India is actually a context of contexts of sorts. So instead of trying to do what they are doing as saying, let's define this context, we could actually say there's just so many interesting contexts in this nation. And that makes it very interesting for research because then it brings in so many more aspects to the research. It makes it so colorful, interesting. So instead of mimicking, I think we need to find our own ways. So one of the things I've been thinking about is we could actually use their model, but at a narrow sense. So we start saying, if every city, every state, we can roll it up saying, this is a context, and let's start building data sets around them, what's going on, and then scale, bring it together. Then there will be more order. So first thing is the issue of scale. There's so much happening in this country at the same time that it's even difficult to put everything together. So I know Ramesh is here from Minus. He knows how difficult it is to put some data together. The struggle is there's just so much variety, and then when you say bring order straight away, I think it's just unreasonable to ask for. So I think the first thing is, and I think we were discussing this over lunch with Srivardhani as well. Can we bring together a bunch of people and say, let's all just put our minds together and say, this is the starting point. Let's start with a bunch of things. Let's start putting this much together. It gets started, and then we bring in more and more people, and then it grows. So I think the way we want to scale research in India has to be thought of a little bit differently. Second, in terms of skills, I think there's really a need to do something about it. Again, I think institutions like ours, all of us have to, I think, come together to do this. Is despite the fact that we churn out a lot of PhDs, the ability to do good quality research in the sense asking the right questions, and I think the previous panel was really hinting a lot at that, is how do we ask those questions. So I think we need a little bit more insight and input to PhD students in terms of skills, not just methods, and they do that really well, but what should you research and how should you research. I think a little bit more hand holding on that so that we can actually build theory from here and for here. Those are, I think, quick to
So on that note, let me request Professor Srivardhani, because we have, almost all of us have been fans of what has happened at IIM Bangalore in terms of taking research in a particular way forward since 2009, 10 and beyond. And you all have been the first institute to bring out entrepreneurship as a separate vertical from the strategy vertical. And now a few PhD students are already out of the system. So what has been the experience of figuring out what Raj just spoke about, which is different contexts? How do you ask the right questions? How do you ask questions which are impactful? What has been the experience at your place?
Sure. Thanks for that question. Yeah, I think, like you said, we are probably among the very early PhD programs in India, and therefore I can't claim that we have figured it all out. I think it's still work in progress. We are also figuring it out. We have, of course, graduated, I think, 3 or 4 students now, so and they are in different management institutions and so on. But one thing is, and of course I have to put this disclaimer up front, that I'm a huge fan of the context and researching in the emerging country context, and that has been something that's been a constant thread in my own research journey. And when we see what's happening today in India in the entrepreneurship space, I think it is super exciting. It's just absolutely exciting. I agree with Raj that we may not do a very great job in being able to create these very well structured, clean data sets that lend themselves to research very easily. But there is no paucity of data, none whatsoever, right? And if you look at simply what's happening in the startup ecosystem in the last 8 to 10 years, it's just exploded. And there's any number of research questions that we can inquire and do that in very interesting ways. And today, methodology wise, you have so many options, right? You don't necessarily need to go find a large data set and do your analysis. You can do experimental work. You can also do qualitative work. And one of the good things is in India, startups and even large companies are very open to working with researchers, right? I mean, I think awareness about management research, entrepreneurship research is really picking up, and people are more than willing to, give their time and open up the doors to their companies and share data. And I think that's a huge plus. So just to circle back to your question, we've had some very interesting thesis coming out of this program. And I'll just share 2 examples and pause there. One is looking at, for instance, one of our early students looked at the role of the royal state of Mysore in creating an environment of innovation and entrepreneurship in the Bangalore region. Right? Again, going back to the point that he made, yes, we are not homogeneous as a country. There are a lot of things that are happening, but then there are these super interesting questions that you can explore, right? He took a historical perspective, Manjunath, and he did this thesis. We also, for instance, another student, Snita, looked at identity formation in women entrepreneurs. And this was based on data that she gleaned from our entrepreneurs. We have a large women entrepreneurship program. And this was simply based on longitudinal data collection where she worked with women entrepreneurs in very early stages and actually studied how they thought themselves as entrepreneurs. How did that identity form? So to me, these are just a couple of examples, but there is an opportunity for very, very interesting work that can be grounded in data that comes from this context, but can inform broader theory and scholarly conversation.
Right. Thanks. I'll come to Professor Amrutkar. At ISC Bangalore, the kind of institution, the kind of legacy that this institute has. So how does one, because in the previous panels we have talked about this seeming contradiction, but not really a contradiction between research and commercialization. So pure play progress in science and then its commercialization, how does it happen in the portals of the same campus? What has been the experience at IISc Bangalore on that?
I think it's very difficult. What you need to do to create a product and what you need to do to create a successful research, while they share something common in terms of novelty, maybe certain characteristics in terms of, kind of that entrepreneurial spirit might be there, but the detailed work which needs to be done are very different. So I think we should not mix up the two together. And I think this is, and in IISc, the focus has been on research and science and so on. And of course, there is enormous pressure now from the government and funding institutions that everyone makes products, everyone becomes entrepreneurs. So, which is very misguided. But certainly that, there are everyone can be an entrepreneur, right? Not everyone can make companies, but that intense focus has actually, kind of led to a small number of our faculties also thinking about creating products. And one of the things because someone has to pay money to what you're saying, and you might have done great research, but maybe there is no customer out there. And if you really want to succeed as an entrepreneur, you have to make money and you have to listen to the customer, and you might have to let go of what you thought was great. So it is a different world, research and entrepreneurship. So one can feed into the other. Maybe that's what we
Right.
should focus on,
Yeah.
and not try to kind of
Yeah.
do everything together. Yeah.
So this feeding in has at ISC Bangalore, is it the art park and other such units? What has been the experience there?
Just like all the institutions now, like IITs and so on, IIC also has an innovation center, very similar to the sign out here. And then recently, over the last 5 years, Department of Science and Technology created, I would say, a very bold experiment. They created this new mission called National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems, and they said, we are not going to give money to the institutions, IITs and IIC directly. We want you to actually create a new organization, a Section 8 company, and then use that company and use the money through that company to support innovations to happen. And I think it's a very bold initiative, and it is. I think it's still too early to say whether it's been successful. It's work in progress. And again, as I said, if your desire is to create startups which become successful, it will be great if they are anchored in some of the research, because that will definitely give a leg up. But it doesn't have to be that way, right? I mean, because you have to be open to supporting people who and ideas which may not necessarily be anchored in some deep research in the institute.
Right.
So you have to be open to that. So I think it's a ecosystem which we have to create, and hopefully more of the research will get applied, but it's not always
Yes.
the case. Yeah.
In fact, at IIT Bombay, we are experimenting with, can IP that say you create in your lab, can it be taken to a unit where maybe you, but if not you, the PhD student, or maybe somebody entirely different can come in, because as you said, this could actually be a relay race, particularly when it is a deep tech. It's not a sprint, but a relay race where somebody can do a part of it and somebody else can do another part of it, and so on.
Absolutely, but I think it's important. I think, as Professor Rishikesha mentioned, he gave the example of this MIT faculty. It's very difficult to kind of take some research which was done and try to create a product out of it, right? Because maybe there's no market for that, right?
Right.
And so if you really want that to happen, I think from day one you have to be thinking about what is the kind of impact
Right.
you want to have, like what are the problems which will lead to an impact, right? And start working on the fundamentals of that problem.
Right.
I think so that message what was shown was completely apt, and I don't think many of us do that.
Right.
We are kind of chasing butterflies. We do what we feel, kind of opportunistically. But the kind of strategic, I mean, I'm not saying that is the only way to do it, but clearly you can see the success of that MIT faculty, right? I mean, he has taken
Right.
that very systematic
approach
to
to
uncover,
Right.
as much value as possible.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lesson for many of us. Yeah.
Professor Basab, IIT Kharagpur, particularly Rajendra Mishra School of Engineering Entrepreneurship, was amongst the first of the blocks to work at the confluence of this. The name itself indicates that, School of Engineering Entrepreneurship. What has been the experience there? What kind of research has been spawned there? And now more than a decade, what can we learn from what you all have experimented with?
Thank you. Yeah, it was found in 2010, so the first of its kind in the country. I was there till 2000. So since then, I mean, it was an entrepreneurial journey for us too. I mean, it's a startup like for us. I mean, how to go about, what are the courses to be taught. Uh, I mean, how will the uh, the students start making products instead of writing papers. So those things. Uh, I mean, that process still continues. It's not that we have successfully implemented everything, but we are uh, we are trying to find new ways every other day. Now there is a what we can foresee is there is a very clear, distinct change in pedagogy, because uh, initially when we are students, even till the last decade or so, I mean, after that, is the open innovation has come up in a big way. The companies have opened up their boundaries, and gone are the days of the AT&T Bell Lab and all, where they do everything by their own. So they don't hire the best people nowadays. Technologies are well available around. If you just combine the technologies, you can make a product. I mean, that's how things are happening. So really, you don't require a degree for that. You need not learn any engineering or any science in that sense, in a very deep sense, to bring out a product. Now with the advent of AI again, it is going to further change. Now, which direction it will take, it's we are keeping a close watch on that. But I am sure that the pedagogy is going to change, and uh, whatever we have done, we are doing is, IITs are known for engineering excellence. There is no doubt of that. For decades, it has produced very good engineers. They have served the nation. They have served the world. The best CEOs of the world are also from IITs. But from engineering the excellence, we need to graduate to application excellence. That's what we are looking for. I mean, where are the products? The whatever we are doing, still we are stuck in papers. I mean, mentally we are. Mentally means it's both the faculty as well as the students, because the faculty knows that if the n number of publications are not there, he cannot grow. Other than the professors who have touched the roof. I mean, for them, where there is no growth, no scope of growth, okay, they can take a risk or chance of going for startups and handholding them and all those things. But for them, they are aged. I mean, they are not in that particular culture. It's difficult for them. And for the students, where one of my friends have just pointed out, I liked it. I mean, for them also, yeah, startups. If you start 100 startups, definitely 90 of them will fail. There's no doubt about that. So, what will they do? I mean, if they don't have any publications or so and all, how will they apply? How will they get a job? If they want to go back to the job, if they don't want to pursue startups, it can happen always with anybody. So that this thought process is really quite challenging for us. Solutions, I don't know. I mean, yeah, government is coming up with new policies. We agree, but implementation is again a problem, because you need to take your Senate or all the different committees of the institute together. Otherwise, things will not happen. It has to be both a top-down approach as well as the other one, because people have to get convinced that yes, products are the needs of the day. Otherwise, the country will not grow. And if AI matures to a certain extent, uh, and things are not clear, even certain things, why things are happening and all, so we are going to a very dangerous level. So even your teaching pedagogy can change. I mean, you these types of campuses might not exist in the future, because everything is available, in the net, in the open source. You have NPTEL lectures, MOOCs, and so many other things. I mean, uh, people can say one particular topic. It need not people sit in this classroom and listen. They can go for some lecture from Harvard or MIT that might be better for them. So it can take that turn also. So maybe the degrees will be replaced by competencies. So we don't know what's happening. We are also in a confused state. but we are we are working. We are trying to find out solutions. Just try. I'm getting the courses into the heads of the students and all is now our courses have become very popular because we started with dual degree. That's BTech in certain code department and with a MTech in ours where the student is to join in the third year and all. So many students have graduated till now, but most of them have gone to job. That's a tragedy. Then we came for people started taking micro specialization. So a few n number of credits if they do they will get that. So here also we saw that people who are coming for this micro specialization, they are not after products, they are only after the degree to add certain feathers to that. So and lastly we started 2 years ago the MTech, and that's from the get. So now also people are joining, but again I am seeing that none of them are really after products. So that's a concern to us. Right. Rather, I should say that people who have come to us with their BTP projects, MTP projects and all, suddenly from other departments, they came approached, they want have an idea, they want to productize it. They have come up with products, and they have, many people have done very well, they are doing very well. Many people have become millionaires also within a span of 2-3 years. So really we need to think that whether only, these courses, whether the degrees will help, or the students who will wish to pursue this. Right. Actually, we should only catch them and
work with them.
Push them. Yeah.
Right.
But many other things need to be changed. Anyway, when the turn comes again.
Yes. So I'll go back to Raj, because Raj has traveled across the country long back trying to figure out the entrepreneurship education piece. So this thing about what is the pedagogy, how to teach it, how can it be learned, what have you seen working?
Yeah, it was actually a pleasure seeing Poini, because after like many years I saw her. I think we met like early 2008-9 and all. We used to, I don't know, crisscross this country teaching entrepreneurship. Both the teachers and the students, both were faculty by the way, and everyone's trying to figure out what to do, and we were just trying to teach. And then so that's when my really serious teaching of entrepreneurship started. So we used to teach engineering faculty, medical faculty, law faculty, doesn't matter, I think everyone was in the classroom. And then we would say, hey, my HOD won't give me time to teach entrepreneurship because my subject is engineering. It's like seen as a just check the box, you have to do this, everyone has. So from there to where we come today is great. But what we notice along the way is it's easy to tell a management school faculty who's trained to teach cases vis-a-vis somebody who's been teaching in a very different way. Hey, use cases. So from there to somebody who's never done entrepreneurship trying to teach entrepreneurship, it's like simple questions of legitimacy. So faculty have gone through a lot of struggles. So in fact, the most recent piece I just got accepted in Journal of Business Venturing, it's called Quasi Practice. It came from a very deeply felt need, because the paper, I've been rewriting the paper for like 8-9 years, getting rejected everywhere because everyone's like, this doesn't make too much sense. It is obvious and things like that. But what we were trying to do is a lot of faculty actually try to teach. So in engineering, a lot of them run labs. So they know exactly how these things work. So when they go and teach a class, it's easy for students to relate to the faculty teaching that course because they can actually demonstrate, they can show, they can do things. When an entrepreneurship faculty come to class and teaches entrepreneurship after doing like an FDP, it's like after a while, even I think the faculty doubts himself or herself more than the student doubting them. So, right. So what I really, something has been eating me for a long time is, while we talk as entrepreneurship as practice, I think Drucker wrote this in 1985 or something, but all the research and models of entrepreneurship are all largely cognitive, emotive. There's very little action based. In fact, Knight and all that are resurfacing after 100 years now saying, you know what, we should study entrepreneurship as action. And I was like, okay, that's a good realization for entrepreneurship scholars after 100 years. So I think what we need is new models. So one of the things that I tried to push and write in this paper is, how can we get faculty to engage and do entrepreneurial action without starting ventures? Because if we insist on starting ventures, as Professor said, it's really difficult. When you have so many other institutional needs. So this whole model of coming up using practice theory was, hey, you can be in the world, engage in a particular action, develop the legitimacy of seeing it how, and more importantly, develop knowledge and skills in a context. So for example, if you do a biotech startup, and you're actually seeing it actually go through, is very different than running like an e-commerce or a blitz scale firm or something. Now you can't go and tell a biotech firm, let's do blitz scale. I mean, it makes no meaning. So the thing is, they learn and get hands-on. So this whole quasi-practice idea was something that started 15, 16 years ago, when people struggled to gain contextual knowledge. And we didn't even realize it was that was and again, going back to this idea of context, I think context just is not India or Chennai or Bangalore, but more like, is it medical, is it bio? Everything is a context. So you have to lot of crisscross, a huge set of micro contexts, and build a lot of knowledge, and then see if we really want to even build, this so-called theory of entrepreneurship. I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I know, when I read the book by Scott Shane saying theory of entrepreneurship, I always smile, because I don't think we ever will get to anything like that, because the action is so diverse. Maybe better to call it theories of entrepreneurship or
And
something.
so fast changing also.
Yeah.
Because we have very limited time, I'll take a few questions from the audience on this topic, so that our panelists can again come in. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My question is to Professor Raj. So we talked about uniqueness of Indian context. So my question is, other than success, what makes a context unique to enough to study?
So the first time when I was writing the first time I wrote this paper using context as a variable was something like 2018 or 19. And I was at this conference where I didn't know that the management science editor was actually the one who's giving me feedback. And he happened to be a sociologist. And sociologists take context very seriously. So we said, you know what, university is a context. And then we started writing this paper. And this person said, you want real feedback, Raj? I said, yeah, that's why we come here. We turned on the phone and we recorded the feedback. And then for about 20 minutes, he went on about what a context means. And then at the end, he said, now do you want me to give any verdict on this paper? We said, thank you. We're going back, because we just thought university was a context. And he said, no. So you have various dimensions of context. So instead of saying India is a context, you want to really break that down. So this is probably not the best place to answer this, because it's going to take time. But I'd really urge you, especially since we are talking about entrepreneurship and context, there's this great paper by Baker and Welter on what is context within entrepreneurship. And it's a very nicely written piece which takes from sociology and tries to bring in saying, here are the dimensions. So if you're really picking a context, you have to really define what that context is and say, okay, now this makes the context unique, and therefore existing theory has to be brought to this new context, tested, refined, etc. So it has various dimensions. A simple thing like aspect. After that, do we really find something unique, or is it like very similar? If it is similar, then we just do replication study. If it is not, then maybe it's time to do something. I don't know if it's helpful, but the paper is really helpful. Baker and Welter.
Yeah, we can.
So I wanted to ask this because this discussion is about entrepreneurship education. This bias or this notion seems to be still continuing, that entrepreneurs are born and entrepreneurship can't be taught. I heard this from a very senior person in the morning today. And Raj is right. It's also come because a lot of the theories were kind of cognitive, and they said personality traits drive it. And there's enough evidence out there in the world that, like I'd shared this video by Ed Sheeran. He said I was not born a singer. We played a very badly sung song, and he said I worked hard at it. So I'm just curious, what you think what can be done to first address this, whether it's in entrepreneurs or in students? And first of all, I mean, do you believe that it is genuinely there in certain cases that you can't teach it at all? So I wanted to just.
I can give it a shot and others can jump in. Yeah, so this when we launched at IIM Bangalore, we launched a compulsory course on entrepreneurship. So all our MBA students undergo a core course on entrepreneurship, and this was back in 2017, before entrepreneurship became very fashionable. Right? Today, nobody will, resist a course like that. But back in the day, we did get some resistance, right? People were like, well, can you actually teach this? Can it be taught? So this was one. The other resistance we had was, I don't think I want to even be an entrepreneur. So why are you forcing us to do entrepreneurship? So we got a little bit of pushback. But I think having gone through the course, and I think that's where I want to add to some of the pedagogical innovations that you need to do in teaching a course like this. It cannot be a classroom based theoretical course, right? Then you have lost the audience right then and there. So I think there needs to be a bias for action. And even in places like IIM, it's very hard because students are very comfortable sitting at their desk in front of their laptop, doing target, addressable market, and all kinds of analysis. We actually send them outside. We say out of the building, right? So they do a lot of action. In fact, the course is called Entrepreneurial Mindset and Action. So there is a huge action component. I know we are out on time, so I'll keep it very short. End of the course, they said, a lot of them come back and say, I never thought I could be an entrepreneur, but now I think whenever I decide to start a venture, I think I know how to go about it. Whether or not I succeed is another matter, but I know where to start. So I think we need pedagogical innovations to sort of break through some of these barriers.
So on this note, where we take in that context and nuanced context is king, can we think of entrepreneurship, particularly in deep tech, as a relay race rather than one person doing all of it, and continuously thinking of pedagogies of future? We conclude this panel discussion. Thank you, and thank you, audience.
Thank you for this panel discussion, which gave us valuable insights on entrepreneurship education and research. And surely we at Dsse will include these insights in our research in years to come ahead. Now I would request Dr. Anand Deshpande, Chairman and Founder of Persistent Systems, to felicitate all the panelists. And I would request Nitesh to please bring the momentous on stage. Also, yeah. Sure.
I want my pound of flesh.
Yes,
you should say that. Also, Professor with DSSE. No, that's fine.
Yes.
I am on your side.
Now with this exciting set of events in the first half of this symposium, it's time to get refreshed with small tea break, after which we will have few more exciting line of events scheduled. Also during the break, please visit the Idea Startup Showcase by the pre-incubation teams of Ideas program in DSSE. Uh, Kindly come back after sharp 15 minutes because लोग बोलते हैं कि स्टार्टअप करना पागलपन है. क्या ये इस बात में सच्चाई है? यही जानने के लिए डीएसएसए के कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को हमने कोर्ट में पेश करने के लिए बुलाया है. आगे क्या होता है ये जानने के लिए आइए ब्रेक के बाद. थैंक यू.
ले ले तुझे सबसे जरूरत है तूने बॉटल बंद करके तुम
before that. Yeah.
Both PhD scholars at Dsse and will be your host. What research has been taking place?
Dsse has been instrumental in enhancing the entrepreneurial ecosystem in India and has churned out plenty of entrepreneurs in a short span of time. We all are excited to see how some of our students undertake the journey from the stage of ideation to how they raise funds for their ventures. Let us look at this in the form of a skit titled Entrepreneurial Speak, Startup versus Sanity, and I'd like to call upon stage Preksha, Shweta, Anshika, Manikarnika, Preeti, Om Kranti, and Ayush for the same.
Please welcome.
जनाब, आज का केस बड़ा ही दिलचस्प है। आज हम ये साबित कर देंगे कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिर्फ 9 to 5 से बचने का एक बहाना है और स्टार्टअप जर्नी का हर एक स्टेज बस एक धोखा है। लेट मी कॉल माय फर्स्ट विटनेस टू स्टेज। आप हमें अपने स्टार्टअप के आइडिएशन स्टेज के बारे में बताइए। आपको स्टार्टअप करने का आइडिया कहां से आया? आइडिया गूगल किया या चैट जीपीटी से पूछा? आपका मोटिव क्या है?
So before I address the question, Your Honor, अगर चैट जीपीटी करने जितना आसान होता तो यहाँ सभी कर लेते। I guess बहुत सारे लोग कर भी रहे हैं, but चैट जीपीटी नहीं है। So the story of my startup Dsse began on a random day when I was on a walk for the lecture hall, and one of my friend and I were discussing. We were broke, tired, and honestly a little bit dramatic. One of us said, "यार, काश चलने से पैसे मिलते."
चलने से पैसे, ये है आपका आइडिया? अगर ऐसा होता तो पैदल चलने वाले मर्सिडीज वालों से ज्यादा अमीर होते.
Hopefully किसी दिन ऐसा होगा. But that was the light bulb moment. What if there was an app that made money work for you as you go about your life? Interesting, right? So problem cleared thi. As students, most of us struggle with managing money. And I was tired of shamelessly asking my parents for money every month. We thought, why should my money chill in my wallet when it can work harder than I do? So what if हमारे खर्चे का कुछ amount इन्वेस्ट हो जाए? इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा सेविंग्स स्टॉक मार्केट में नहीं, मम्मी के कबर्ड में होती है. अपने फैमिली, फ्रेंड्स एंड हॉस्टल के कुछ स्टाफ से बात करी तो पता चला उनका सबसे बड़ा जो प्रॉब्लम है दैट वाज हाउ टाइम निकालना टू इन्वेस्ट मनी एंड ऑल्सो द स्टॉक मार्केट विच इज अ ह्यूज प्रॉब्लम. तभी याद आया, चाय पियो तो 15 रुपए, भाव का वड़ा पाव खाओ तो 16 रुपए, 4-5 रुपए हर परचेज में बच ही जाता है. अगर ये रुपए इन्वेस्ट हो जाए तो मान लो मम्मी ने 20 रुपए दिए दूध लाने के लिए एंड दैट मिल्क कॉस्टेड यू 16 रुपीज. अब वो जो एक्स्ट्रा 4 रुपए बचा है दैट गेट्स इन्वेस्टेड इन स्टॉक मार्केट. वाओ, यू आर गेटिंग रिटर्न्स. सो अगर आप इंडिया का लिटरेसी रेट देखो तो कॉन्स्टेंटली बढ़ रहा है, बट फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी रेट नॉट इंक्रीजिंग एट ऑल. So Sai will help bridge this gap and make investing more accessible. Now your daily chai's amount would fund your future dream.
What an idea! मुझे भी लगता है इसको इंस्टॉल करना पड़ेगा. आजकल की चाय कुछ ज्यादा ही हो जाती है.
जनाब, आइडिया में तो दम है, लेकिन कस्टमर क्या कहता है ये मैटर करता है. लेट मी कॉल माय नेक्स्ट विटनेस, जो हमें अपने प्रोडक्ट के कस्टमर डिस्कवरी स्टेज के बारे में बताएंगे. यहाँ ये मत कहिएगा कि आपने कस्टमर से बात ही नहीं करी.
कस्टमर से बात भी करी और उनके प्रॉब्लम को अच्छे से समझा भी. The goal of our startup is to ensure women's safety. Women's safety is a very generic term. There is no universal solution to it. किसी situation में you can run, किसी में you can shout. Hello, yeah. किसी situation में you can run, किसी में you can shout. Sometimes you can ask for external help. लेकिन उस situation का क्या जहाँ कोई external help available ही ना हो. So initially when we started working on our idea, we wanted to reduce rape cases. After doing some research, we realized that the rapists are from the woman's immediate circle. So the women trust them a lot. There is no way that the woman could be carrying a safety solution with them during that time. तो हमने सोचा क्यों ना हम एक ऐसा डिवाइस बनाए that could be camouflaged in the form of a hair clip, in the form of an attacking drone. लेकिन जब हमने अपना ये आइडिया कस्टमर्स को जाके बताया, they were unsure of it. उन्हें लगा ये डिवाइस कहीं उन्हें ही अटैक ना कर दे, मिसफायर कर दे तो क्या, एंड अगर किसी इनोसेंट पर्सन पे अटैक हो जाए तो क्या.
And during the customer discovery, we also realized that one of the major problem with women is commuting during the late hours. So if a woman find herself in an unsafe situation, so attacking the assailant is the last option they choose. So because it will escalate the situation. So typically their response is to escape the situation. So basically flight is preferred over fight. And पुलिस हर जगह हो नहीं सकती. And जब तक हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे कॉल करो और वो लोग आए, जब तक तो आधा केस खत्म हो चुका होता है. And during the customer discovery, we also realized कि women feel numbness when they found themselves in such. They won't be able to use it. And चलो अगर नाना करते हुए अटैक कर भी दिया तो क्या, तो ऐसा कि अटैकर जनरली डोंट कम अलोन, दे कम इन अ ग्रुप. तो आप एक के ऊपर अटैक कर दोगे, द सेकंड वन विल कैच यू अप.
तो एक बात तो क्लियर है, ऑटोमेशन तो यूज करना पड़ेगा ही. दैट्स व्हेन वी पिवटेड फ्रॉम एन अटैकिंग ड्रोन टू एन इमोबिलाइजिंग बेल्ट. एक ऐसा सोल्यूशन जो कि आपके आउटफिट के साथ ही सीमलेसली ब्लेंड हो जाए, मल्टीपल असेलेंट्स को भी हैंडल, एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट टू कैरी इट इन योर बैग.
What an idea! We need more entrepreneurs working on this problem. जिस तरह आपने अपने कस्टमर फीडबैक को अपने प्रोडक्ट को रीडिफाइन करने में यूज किया, इट्स कमेंडेबल.
जनाब, कस्टमर फीडबैक से क्या होता है, प्रोडक्ट बनाना पड़ता है और वो इतना आसान नहीं. लेट मी कॉल माय नेक्स्ट विटनेस, जो अपने प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के फेलियर्स बताएंगी.
जनाब, फेलियर्स तो बहुत हुए, लेकिन प्रोडक्ट तो बन गया. क्या आपने कभी सोचा है बिना वायर के इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट हो सकती है?
बिना वायर के इलेक्ट्रिसिटी? मजाक चल रहा है क्या?
जनाब ये न तो मजाक है और ना ही मैजिक, ये सब साइंस है। कंडक्टिंग इंक एक ऐसा मटेरियल है जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंडक्ट करने की कैपेसिटी रखता है किसी भी सरफेस पे। तो जब रिसर्च सर्वे किया और मार्केट सर्वे किया तो हमें पता चला कि कंडक्टिंग इंक की मार्केट इतनी बड़ी है कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रिपेयर से लेके सोलर पैनल्स तक यूज होता है कंडक्टिंग इंक। तो देन वी स्टार्टेड अवर जर्नी और हमने बनाया कंडक्टिंग इंक पेन। अब बेसिक प्रोडक्ट तो बन गया, फिर हमारे सामने एक यूज केस आया कि बच्चों को जो बचपन में हम सारे ही लोग सर्किट सीखते हैं, वायर्स के थ्रू सीखते हैं, और उस वायर को सुलझाते सुलझाते बच्चे खुद उलझ जाते हैं। तो हमने सोचा कि क्यों ना हम बच्चों के लिए एक इलेक्ट्रिकल किट ऐसी बनाए जो कंप्लीटली वायर फ्री हो। देन आइडियाज से जब हमें मेंटरशिप मिली, देन वी डिसाइडेड टू बिल्ड अ B2C प्रोडक्ट जिसमें मार्जिन भी ज्यादा होगा और इम्पैक्ट भी बनेगा। और इसी तरीके से निकल के आया हमारा इंडियाज फर्स्ट एवर electrical kit which is based on the conducting ink pen which gives a completely wire free experience to younger children। तो जनाब इस प्रोडक्ट को यूज करते करते बच्चे तो मेच्योर हो ही गए, हमारा प्रोडक्ट तो मेच्योर हो ही गया, बच्चे भी मेच्योर हो जाएंगे। तो प्रोसिक्यूटर साहब आपके दिमाग की बत्ती जली या मैं कंडक्टिंग पेन से जलाऊं?
अरे जनाब देखिए क्या बोल रही हैं।
अरे बोल तो आप रही हैं, ये तो अपने इनोवेशन के बारे में बता रही हैं।
देखिए इस सब से कुछ नहीं होता, सेल्स करना जरूरी है। लेट मी कॉल माय नेक्स्ट विटनेस।
नेक्स्ट विटनेस,
आप हमें अपने प्रोडक्ट की सेल्स जर्नी के बारे में बताइए।
क्या बताऊं सर, प्रोडक्ट बनाना जितना मुश्किल है उससे ज्यादा उसकी सेल करना। और अगर उसमें एक छोटा किसान हो तो उसे और यकीन दिलाना मुश्किल हो जाता है कि कहीं हम उसे लूटने तो नहीं आए। हमारा प्रोडक्ट जलविक्स एक सिंपल ऐप है। किसान की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है पानी। अगर पानी ज्यादा हो तो दिक्कत हो जाती है, पानी कम हो तो दिक्कत हो जाती है। तो किसान सोचता रह जाता है कि पानी चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए। तो हमारी ऐप इसका सॉल्यूशन लेके आई। हम आने वाले वेदर अनुमान और सॉइल मॉइस्चर यानी जमीन की नमी के बारे में उनको बताते हैं, जिससे कि पानी कब देना है कब नहीं देना ये उनको पता चलता है।
अरे गरीब किसान कहाँ खरीदेगा आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी, उसे कहाँ पता है सब कुछ।
बिल्कुल सही, किसान को कुछ भी बेचना बहुत ही मुश्किल है और उस पे अगर टेक्नोलॉजी और डिजिटल सर्विस की बात आ जाए तो ये मुश्किल 10 गुना बढ़ जाती है। हमें किसान को सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी या डिजिटल सर्विस नहीं बेचने, उनके मुनाफे भी बेचने हैं। उनको बताना है कि इस डिवाइस से उनको क्या मुनाफा होगा, कितनी फसल बढ़ेगी और किस तरीके से बढ़ेगी। अब किसी तरीके से डेमो कर भी दें हाथ पांव जोड़ के बेचने के लिए, लेकिन मुनाफा तो हमें कुछ भी नहीं आता, क्योंकि एक गरीब इंसान कितना ही दे देगा, और अगर वो दे भी देगा तो उसमें से हमें कितना मुनाफा होगा। तो हमारा मोटिव इस साल में फार्मर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटीज को बेचना है इन चीजों का और एफिशिएंसी दिखाना।
तो अभी तक सेल हुई कि नहीं?
बहुत मेहनत लगी। जैसे हमारी वेदर ऐप अनुमान देती है, वैसे मैं आपको अनुमान देता हूं कि आने वाले वक्त में हम 500 से अधिक फार्मर से जुड़ के दिखाएंगे और उनकी फसल बढ़ाएंगे।
वाह, 500 किसान, वो भी पहले साल में। अरे ना जाने कितने लोगों से ना सुननी पड़ेगी, ना जाने कितने बार ना सुनना पड़ेगा। आपकी तो हिम्मत की दाद देनी पड़ेगी।
स्वतःला तर काही येते नहीं, चले दूसरा ने सिखवा ले।
अरे मेरी बात छोड़ो, मुश्किल तो स्केल करना है। आपको तो पता ही होगा कि पैसा ही पैसा बनाता है, और ये लोग कहां से लाएंगे पैसे। लेट मी कॉल माय नेक्स्ट विटनेस। आपने सेल तो कर ली, पर हाउ विल यू गेट फंड्स?
Startup founders like us are working so hard in raising funds every day, and since there are so many, getting access to capital is very difficult, and it is very competitive as well. For any startup who are in their ideation stage, say for example, getting access to VC funding is next to impossible. So they go through student competition grants from government or through incubators. Say in my case, I'm working in a biomedical device wherein I'm creating a surgical mesh for women's incontinence and prolapse, that is to prevent women's herniation of uterus and bladder through their vagina. Since it's a biomedical device, it's a biomedical class D high risk device, our journey for developing a MVP is really high than any other service based sector products. So what happens is that we need funding in each and every stage to take care of our project to a particular TRL level, and our cost of failure is very high, and we have to keep on talking to various stakeholders like doctors, patients, regulator, policies, not only in India and across the world, to keep us updated all the time. So that is when we get support from startup schools like DSSC and incubators like Sign, who help us
help us in keeping access to a lot of stakeholders, and also help us in curating our initial pitch so that we can raise further more funds.
So you have not been able to get funds.
No, I didn't say that. Through all through all this mentorship, it was very crucial for me to raise funds. Actually, they also helped me in going through a lot of stakeholders, because for a startup like ours, which is into medical domain, getting a customer approval is the key. Say doctors are our primary customers. So in one such example, wherein I went to Nanavati Max to do our market research, people thought by looking at me that I'm a female sales rep, and they shooed me out of hospital. Their IIT ID card didn't work out at all. I showed my ID card. I'm a student here. Please take me in. No, it didn't work. So these mentorship from these schools and incubators, they curated my personality as well, and also my pitch deck, so that it gave me doors to various avenues actually. And going from TRL 1 to TRL 5, we did get lot of funds. Starting from ideas program from Dsse, they are the one who gave me wings to my dreams. Then through Bayrak fundings, then through Vadwani fundings, then through Institute of Eminence fundings, and then we recently got a BFI funding. But from TRL 1 to 5, getting these small grants was sufficient for us to go ahead, because we were able to raise around 1.5, but it came at a lot of cost. We wrote emails to a lot of people, wrote applications to a lot of incubators, lot of VCs to get us through what we are going. But going from animal stage to human stage is a very costly affair. It's like a very big mountain for us. That one particular activity, which is from TRL 5 to 6, itself is 2 to 3 crores of funding that is required for us. We are still working on it. For that, through our startup, we did get initial funding, seed funding through Sign, which is an IOE TRS, and we also got some initial funding from Bayrak. But still, these are government grants. They are very small amounts. Still, it is not enough for us. Still, we are keeping on pitching, curating our pitch deck, meeting a lot of stakeholders from all the other aspects to keep us going. So, if anyone who is into medtech startups, who are into all these biomedical devices, please feel free to catch me. Yeah.
वाह व्हाट एन आइडिया. इसमें तो मेरा भी इन्वेस्ट करने का मन कर रहा है, बाहर मिलना पिच के बाद. तो आज प्रोसिक्यूटर साहब, ये तो साबित हो गया कि 9 to 5 एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप भागते नहीं है, बल्कि ये जो 70 to 90 आवर्स अ वीक है, ये इस एंटरप्रेन्योर्स के लिए ही है. अरे आज की डेट पे हर पेरेंट्स चाहता है कि उनका बच्चा कुछ अच्छा करे, निखिल कामत फाल्गुनी की तरह अपने देश का नाम कमाए. बट लोग इनको पागल समझते हैं, लोग इनको नकार देते हैं. बट आज ये साबित हो गया कि यही एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हमारे देश को आगे लेके जाएंगे. कोर्ट hereby adheres these entrepreneurs safe and wishes them all the very best. Court dismissed.
बहुत सुंदर परफॉर्मेंस थी आप सबकी. We got to know about the thinking behind the entrepreneurial process. It was lovely, enriching, and entertaining at the same time. Now we will have a panel discussion on programs and policies supporting translational research and commercialization. And for the same, I would like to invite Professor Rajesh Gopinathan, who will be the moderator for this session. Professor Gopinathan is a professor of practice and head translational research and entrepreneurship at IIT Bombay. For the panel discussion, we have Professor Amitabh Bandyopadhyay, who is the Kent Chair Professor of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at IIT Kanpur. He is a member of National Startup Advisory Council as well as the Committee for the National Innovation and Startup Policy 2024.
We have Ashwin Raghuram, co-founder and partner at Bharat Innovation Fund. He has been intimately involved in the startup ecosystem in India, earlier heading the innovation initiative at NASSCOM. He is currently a mentor at the NASSCOM Deep Tech Club and serves on the investment committees of multiple grants and soft loan programs set up by BIRAC. Next, we have Professor Vikram Visal from IIT Bombay. case study for NTPC, which later became the basis for setting up India's first CO2 capture pilot project. Please give a round of applause.
We also have Dr. Kalaivani Ganeshan from Department of Biotechnology. Dr. Ganeshan has extensive experience in science and biotech policy making and research at national and international levels. She has been actively promoting research and innovation for development of indigenous devices and diagnostics, and has also initiated many new biodesign centers across the country for medtech entrepreneurship, and has recently brought out a handbook for the same. Let's put our hands together for a huge round of applause for all our panelists and the moderator.
Hi. We have a very interesting panel here, and my absolute pleasure to be moderating this. So between the four of them, we have four key stakeholders in this whole translational research agenda, starting with our own Professor Vikram. We have the government and government agencies being the primary sponsor of overall research still in the country, represented by Dr. Kalaivani. We have in Dr. Bandapade, we have the institution representation with his extensive experience at IIT Kanpur and other institutes. And finally, we have Mr. Mani as Ashwin, who talks of, will come at it from the investor side. So we'll try to see how all these four aspects play together in the whole translation research agenda. So thank you once again, all of you, for being here with us. I'll probably start being in the IIT, though Professor Vikram is our own person, but if you will allow me, I'll start with Professor Vikram so that we can actually get the the researcher's perspective on it. So Vikram, from an academician and a researcher perspective, and you have had this experience of being both on the research side as well as gone all the way to a startup. What do you think is the main difference between basic research leading up to publishing versus translational research leading up to commercialization? What are the skills, capabilities, mindsets? What's the big difference that you see from the perspective of an academician or a researcher?
Yeah, fantastic question. Thank you so much. And first of all, thanks Dsse and Anu for inviting me and being here in this, my own institute, and also in this very illustrious panel out here. I'll go back to my days as a student here and how we would interact with our faculty members and try to see what kind of work that we can do. It was largely focused on very academic centric, high impact research publication, or totally focused on breakthrough science, which may or may not have a translational meaning, but this is from the scientific point of view, it should be very high quality. I mean, that's what IIT Bombay can really proudly boast about. Having said this, now when I also worked for in the industry, Tata Steel actually in the Tata group, and where I found that there are gaps in which that academics could actually better address. The reason is we have a little bit more time. We are not looking at the balance sheets. We are not bothered about firefighting on the daily basis. We have a little more time to think about some problem and how we can address that. So the temperament way back in early 2000 to like 2025 that I see has changed from, even from the academics point of view, faculty members point of view, is how my research could contribute to solving a problem which could be at a scale or at a certain way that influences the lives of the people, the society, industry, and so on. The difference what I see is on the technology readiness levels, where we position ourselves and where we are a little comfortable, a little complacent, and where we need to push a little harder. So I'm sure everybody knows here, but just to say that from the idea stage to the commercialization stage, for at least deep techs, that where I come from, in the energy transition space, is TRL 1 when you have an idea stage, you conceptualize, and then TRL 3 and 4 where at the lab prototype level you are confident, at TRL 6 when you have a field kind of an experience, and then jumping finally to TRL 9 where you have a commercial deployment of the technology at scale. So as academicians and as researchers, we are fairly comfortable, even though that's a tough thing to have a breakthrough idea and achieve till 3, that's where we would very comfortably at the publications or a patent stage stop. But then comes the interactions and interventions of the industry to find where are the, is the research fitting well, or at the first place, did we think about their problems and start the research and thought process? That's where after 4, that's commonly called as the valley of death, where from 4 to 7, that needs really extra acceleration and push, which is not very organically in our training, process of training. But again, the change that I see from initial days till now is that we are really partnerships, collaborations, mentorship programs like these, and you know, having this like, it's very fluid now. The boundaries have dissolved that way. We get to know more perspectives, and that helps us shape, you know, how to move ahead. IIT Bombay, our technology business incubator, signed the first one possibly in the country in the academic sector. Dsse, they are examples of how, you know, academic fraternity sitting in an academic campus leverage the knowledge and help it to move outside. That adds a new perspective, new dimension to our thinking also. But that's where the real solution can move into a industrial domain. Yeah.
Dr. Bandopade, would you agree that this is something that has come over time, and now it is common for researchers and academicians to have this kind of a broader perspective, or is it a learned art that needs to be cultivated systematically?
See, if you just look at how we recruit faculty members, from where we recruit faculty members, I do not think that entrepreneurship comes naturally to any of us. So it will have to be learned on the job, and that's where the trouble is. I will limit my comment here.
We'll come back to that when we talk about your experience at IIT. Dr. Kalevani, you know, biotechnology has been one of the most successful examples in India of translational research, and you have had a ringside view of how this has developed in your role in DBT. So, from your perspective, could you give us, you know, to contextualize it, some, you know, example of translational research that really stood out in your mind as showcasing this entire journey in DBT? And also, what is it that DBT did to kickstart and scale it? And are there learnings for other industries, other verticals that can be abstracted away from what DBT has been able to do?
So I would like to first congratulate Dr. Anu and her team for celebrating this Entrepreneurship Day year after year and keeping the spirit of entrepreneurship in the country. It's been a wonderful initiative. So coming back to your question, I think DBT has been a unique department in the government, but the aspirations. Government means it is like providing health, infrastructure, housing, education, but we have been unique in nurturing aspirations. So we have done many first of our kind in the country and globally, I would say. So for the translation aspect specifically, it has been the trend setting has been transformative change has been setting up of the BIRAC, because before BIRAC came in, there were some initiatives from TDB, Department of Science and Technology, for nurturing the entrepreneurial spirits by loans, just like banks. But this is the first time in the country the government took a risk. So we started funding private industry, and that time it was like late Dr. Ban, who took this initiative. He was criticized because in government funding an entrepreneur who was going to make money out of from the government, because we are not fulfilling a public good, public needs, but we are going against that. So I think government department taking a risk has been a trend setting, and BIRAC has underscored the fact that science and innovation can come from anywhere, not just from the echelons of these academic institutions. So from BIRAC, if you see, we have supported a farmer who speaks in his mother tongue and can prepare a product which has been very innovative, to big major vaccine companies, biopharma companies. So I think setting of BIRAC has been a churner, and now many academic institutions, like Dr. Bandopade also said, and then Vishal also said, that pipeline is there for them to take forward the research, because academicians cannot themselves do the translation. So that has been a transformative change.
And in the way BIRAC was set up, was there an expectation put on the funding or the funded institution, agency or the company, that they need to necessarily collaborate with the academic side of it?
So initially it was like those days in 2008 when it started, there was no word of startup. So we were again ahead of our time, because they look for scouting of technology. So that came from the academic research institutes only. Some had their own ideas which were trivial. So those which were heavy on science had translated from the academia. But later on, schemes were brought in around 2014 or so, after really 10 years of starting in DBT, when the BIRAC was really set up as an organization. where that the partnership schemes was also promoted. But even today, industry academia partnership is a challenge. Industry is not very much willing to partner with academia. So we have reformed some of our IP strategies and policies. So earlier, if you see, any academic research has to be given to industry only on a non-exclusive basis, because government means no monopoly. So everybody should have access to those. But we recently changed it to bring in exclusive licensing. And I think for the first time globally, we also said they can assign the rights. So if they have to bring out a startup or a spin out. So I think it's now for the academicians to go beyond the regular research.
All right. Interesting one. Professor Amitabh, so partially this, that interestingly, if DBT is successful and its success came by actually funding the entrepreneur rather than funding academia, and then creating the pull on the other side, you have experienced this full spectrum from an administration perspective of research, innovation, entrepreneurship. You've done the whole stream. So from your experience, what are the key steps needed at an institutional level to try and catalyze translational research activity inside the institution, and to make the researcher reach out to the industry and to establish that connect?
So I'll make 3 points, all centered on one aspect. That is, in the previous session we heard about 4G. Professor Krishnan was talking about it. How long did actually 4G last in the commercial space? 4 or 5 years. Now it will be overtaken by 5G, right? Doing translational research, the explicit stated purpose is to take it to the market. If you take enormous amount of time, you know for a fact it will never reach the market. And that's where academia and the government has to become very, very alert. I'll tell you that, at the drop of a hat in academics, we talk about interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary project. Nothing can be more interdisciplinary than a translational research outcome, because not only you are talking about the science and engineering disciplines, but also who will decide whether the product you are taking up to do translational research on is the right product or not. Who will decide how to take it to the market? Who will decide what is the right, regulatory approach, or like what will be the regulatory environment? And in most of the academic institutions, I do not want to put anyone in the spot, is that the faculty member is expected to know all of this and take a product to the market, which is unrealistic at one end. And even if we can do that, it will be a very mediocre product. So we really need to bring in expertise, house them in the institute, and conceive end to end on how to take a product to the market. Because we should not really do a lip service to translational research. We should mean it. Number one. Number two is
Can I just push you on that a bit? So what is that nature of expertise that is over and above the researchers and faculty's expertise that should be?
I'll give you a concrete example. So I am right now leading a project on developing an artificial heart. It's a mechanical pump. Okay. Now, nobody knows what is the regulatory norm for such a device. Okay. Ideally, there should be, if my institute is really serious about taking medtech products to the market, ideally there should be 2-3 people who are experts on medical device regulations, pharma regulations, and I should not be spending my time learning, reading about it. I should simply, like what is done in an interdisciplinary project. If I want to know that who will give me the fund after the next step, me as a faculty member, see, I'll give you a very short example. So one of the things that IIT Kanpur achieved was during the COVID pandemic, we created a ventilator in 3 months' time, right? From conceiving to installing it in the hospital was done in 3 months. What was the deal? The deal was that the startup engineers, who are our students, They were given the mandate that you will do nothing but product development. Every third day, you have to give us product update. Everything else, raising the fund, dealing with figuring out where to do the testing and certification was the job of the mentor panel, which we organized. Okay, so that of the ventilator project and two other projects that I executed during the pandemic, I got an idea. Some of you will not like. See, as a faculty member at an IIT, at any given point of time, we are dealing with 20 different firefights. Okay, so my attention to a given project is very limited. Why did the ventilator project or the oxygen plant project succeed? Because we were providing support. So what we have done, I am leading 6 such projects as we speak, where we hired coming from different expertise. Once the product is there, it is your first right to refuse commercialization of it.
Mhm.
So now the fellows, suddenly they are not developing they are not actually earning a fellowship. They are developing their company's first product completely subsidized by IIT Kanpur. Okay, IIT Kanpur has its 15% equity in the product. And I have tried, and I say again, that 100% of zero is still zero. We should learn from the history that academics on their own could not take products to the market. It is not because of their incompetence, it is because of several factors. You let the young kids take it to the market, you provide them all the support, it will actually go to the market and you will have 15%.
It's an interesting one. Let me turn this to Ashwin. Ashwin, what's the view from the other side? As an investor, right, when you look at deep tech, on one side, like Professor Amitava said, you have a researcher, a professor, a faculty member who has got an idea. That idea is not yet ready to take to market, otherwise it would have already been there. At what stage do investors start feeling that the risk return is worth it? And how deep are they ready to come into this development journey? And what is it that they look for in terms of commitment from the researcher or from the institution that they belong to get the confidence that yes, this is likely to see the light of day?
So first of all, thank you for having me. Good to be here. I can't fund that invests in cutting edge technology startups that are trying to address global markets. I'll talk about it from that lens, right? And perhaps answer your question in 3 parts. I think the first one is it's very clear that global problems are becoming more and more complex. So we need solutions that are cutting edge, deep tech in nature to solve some of the problems that we've been seeing, especially recently. Even something as simple as, let's say, the mental health type of pandemic, if that I would call it. You need something cutting edge to come and intervene at scale, right? If I marry that with the fact that startups, in general, it's a David versus Goliath battle. There are big established players very often that you're going up against, and therefore your technology and what you're building needs to be not just 10%, 15%, 20% better than what exists and exists globally. It's got to be a multiple better, 3x, 4x, 10x better, right? And the third part of all of that is that therefore, when we think of or when we look at what somebody is building, are we looking at somebody who's really disrupting what exists? Is there something cutting edge? I think is extremely important. And we may go in a little bit earlier to somebody who's disrupting with something far more disruptive, let's say, than somebody who's a little closer to what the market has. And therefore, we will, perhaps the staging takes place based on what is the extent of, let's say, cutting edge factor of the technology that's being built.
Again, to push that idea, I mean, is it fair to expect that a faculty member or a researcher actually has the ability to think about the disruptive impact of that technology, or is it a complementary skill to be able to say that, okay, this tweaked slightly could turn out to be a big disruptor? So isn't that a slightly different skill set, and is that something that can be brought in from outside rather than try to organically grow it inside the researcher?
So both of the above. So I was just thinking back and counting when I was sitting here as to how many professor-led startups I've invested in. It's about 8 or 9 over the last 15 years. And I've seen all of these. So we've had, and I think between 2011 and 2013, I invested in 3 IIT Bombay startups. Recently in an ISC founder-led startup, right? Professor-led startup, and so on. But I think the answer to what you're saying is sometimes the founder, who's a professor, has the business capability as well, and it's all in that one person. And we have seen that with one of the ones that we invested in Bombay, IIT Bombay, in Sign, coming out of Sign. We've seen cases where the professor has said, listen, I don't have this. I have the scientific temper, the scientific capability and knowledge to be able to develop something, but somebody else has to help me take it into market, and therefore aligned with a business person to be able to do that. And then we've had other situations where there are founders who say, okay, listen, I want to go it on my own. And to be honest, all of these models have worked to varying degrees of success. And so there's no real one size fits all. But having said that, I think the other part of what I think your investor, when you look for as a faculty member and who's building tech, is either you look for a co-founder very early who brings in that business sense. And we've been talking to Bayrak a lot and looking at a lot of their startups, and I think this has been my top recommendation to them every time. Do this dating of founders, find a business co-founder to sort of augment and complement the technology co-founders who are fantastic and have a lot of talent on the technology side, but bring that in. I think the second part is where you're raising your capital from. And of course, we have incubators here. We have funds such as ours. And very often some of this expertise of taking technology and a technology innovation, making a product out of it with use case, developing a business model on top of that use case, and then eventually developing that execution and scale capacity. I think all of these are, this is help that we can bring in. But I think the key here to all of this, working with this, let's say a faculty driven startup, is mindset, right? And what we have seen over time is there's this conundrum, Lakshmi versus Saraswati conundrum that plays out very often. And I've heard some of our professor-led startups talk about that as well, that sometimes there's peer pressure to publish rather than, go commercial. And while that is changing, I think it's important that that thought process be continuously, we look for somebody who is committed in a sense as a faculty member to say, hey, I will commercialize and I do want to scale and build a scale startup out of this. So it's an important criteria for us.
So mindset is one, but back to you, Dr. Bandapade, is there something from the policy side, something in the way we are organized as institutions that we can do or need to do to actually encourage this?
See, there are multiple aspects of the policy. In the previous session, someone talked about, there was a question that if I don't have any publications, can I even apply? I can tell you that I have recently hired as the head of the department. I have recently hired exactly of that criteria. IIT Kanpur, I am very happy to say that we have a policy where you can go through the ladder without publishing a single paper. It will be tracked as per the changes in TRL level. Okay? So we have also policy of MSMEs. So I'm sure IIT Bombay has, because many of the ideas are borrowed from IIT Bombay through our previous director. So MSMEs had a tough time collaborating with IITs because of the upfront payment issue, which they did not have. Now, policy has been created to make that happen. So, and I must say, one thing I want to say, that without elaborating, in 2006 when I joined IIT Kanpur, research was referred to in the common parlance as personal research, because teaching was the only job acknowledged by the institute. 25 years, 20 years down the line, today research is the norm, and I think all the IITs are doing outstanding there. Now translation research is being pushed, and the institutions are adapting to it, changing their processes and protocols. I am advising several institutions because they want to take the parts from different IITs. So yes, there is a lot of scope, and that is being done. One thing that again I would like to emphasize, that speed is everything in translational research. So if I have a very bright idea, and Dr. Kalaivani is a very good friend, I apply and I have to wait for a year to get the money to get started. Somebody else has already developed the product. Okay. So there has to be institutional processes to dispassionately judge an idea and provide the money yesterday.
Fair enough. Vikram, coming back to you, you have now studied and worked across 3 continents: US, India, Australia. What can India learn in terms of the differences that you saw? What can India learn to bootstrap or even leapfrog translational research? What is it that we should be doing?
So as a faculty, I think, you talked about the mindset, and that's something that somehow, I don't know how exactly, but that exposure does help me think a little beyond the routine. As you said, there could be a checkbox when we are supposed to be promoted, but is that really what a platform like an IIT, or like IIT Bombay and other IITs is possibly the best that one can imagine in India. And if we still want to consider ourselves that, okay, teaching is the only and the sole job that we have to do, it doesn't mean that we are doing good research and translation is that we are compromising on the quality and effort of the teaching that is there. You need to, again, how best you are or one wants to be is also defined by self-driven parameter. But what I experienced, particularly when I was a visiting faculty in MIT last year, I experienced the spark and the urge to translate in terms of very good engineering. Being a technology institute, I think that where we are good possibly at the science and the engineering is fitting into the by parts, but having an integrated system and doing fast integration to engineer something that goes translational very fast is something that we could possibly learn from what I saw at MIT. In fact, my experience at Stanford versus at MIT, and I should not be comparing institutions, but what I saw, the spark for engineering translation was much more in MIT. There was also an 8-year gap in between. Maybe it's back in Stanford also. But that, I think, is the essence which we could possibly inculcate at IIT Bombay.
Anything specific that can be done to inculcate that?
So,
was it policy? Was it infrastructure? Was it facilities that were
I think it's a concoction of every element. We need the funds. We need the support of the people that could help us do that part. The students are the biggest strength that we have, I think, and they are very, very charged up. I think when we share some ideas and give them a bit of a kind of a taste of the problem, they try to go out and stretch. However, since I work on deep tech, it needs a lot more deeper understanding of the problem, because you're trying to solve something, and that needs the intervention of a good researcher and research input out there, which quality exists here at IIT Bombay. At least I see that I work here. However, the thought process that I'm really happy with the high nature quality publication, which I don't say is not that market. There is this ecosystem, at least at IIT Bombay, which helps you to do a lot more than what one is currently doing, I should say.
All right. We have time for one last question, so I'll leave it to Dr. Kalaivani. Mr. Amitabh Kant in a recent article said that India paid 14.3 billion in IPR royalties in 2024, and that we earned only 1.5 billion. So, should our focus on translational research be on trying to close that gap? Should we be looking at import substitution, or should we be doing like DBT's start? Should we be looking at things that the developed world has ignored, whether it be the rotaviral vaccine or the malaria vaccine, etc.? Or should we be really going for moonshots, things that will get Ashwins of the world really excited about? where should our, in terms of sequencing, where should our focus for translation research be?
So I think we should focus on, of course, science. So as a funding agency, we always focus on good science because that will bring in translation. People who are doing translation were trained in some ways or other in some of these big institutes. So it's not that they didn't have the innovative mindset somewhere. So science is the primary goal. And if you see at 40s, 50s, and 60s, the science that happened in India, the quality of science is not that much today because it is more technology oriented, tools oriented. It's not the originality of ideas. So import substitution is definitely not something that as a government we should promote, and we are not very keen on promoting import substitution through BIREC, and of course deep science through DBT in the academic institutions. But how we translate is what is a challenge. And we are bringing up many programs and schemes for that. And of course, we need to have a good timeline for that. But government is never going to reduce on our timeline because it is a system. And there is more and more requirement for financial prudence and accountability from the institutions that is being demanded at the highest level. So the processes will be there, but then we can do a lot better, and we are improving on that. And I would also like to mention a new scheme that with the help of Dr. Anand Deshpande, we are trying to bring in for this, filling the gap, entrepreneurship in residence, where postdocs can go with the ideas of whatever has been created by their faculties, because many of them, like Ashwin also said, some of them are good, but not many of them. So we want them to freely give their patents to the students who can translate it. So we have created this, and morning there were many sessions where they said we cannot teach entrepreneurship, but it can be experienced, it can be experientially learned. So we are going to support them with the fellowship, a good amount of fellowship for about 18 months. We are trying to partner with some of the investors only in the scheme, where they can translate the research leads available at their institutes and then convert it into enterprise creation. So it's a mix of all of this, basic and translation.
All right. It's good that we are wanting to go for the moonshots and focus on the science, and maybe import substitution will happen on its own. So, downstream. But Anu, do we have time for questions from the audience? All right, maybe one or two questions. We are out of time right now. All right, please.
Hello, this is Muthukumar Swami from Indian Institute of Science. This goes to all the three people who are heading the translational and deep tech, including Professor Dr. Kale and Dr. Bandyopadhyay. In all your conversations, I see TRL as a reference. To my own understanding, for deep techs, TRL is an understatement. Why not IRL? And that's where probably all those challenges that we are all discussing gets ironed out. And I think, Dr. Kalanivani, through your good office, you should probably explore, or, why not IRLs? Is there a reason that we are still sticking on to TRL when we are talking about deep techs?
Yeah, there's no denial about it, but having the fundamental understanding is very, very crucial. Because we were talking about faculty members, we are really good at TRS 1 to 3. I mean, we are very comfortable. We have been trained in our PhD, in our postdocs to be doing that, and we are happy in that domain. And neither is our mandate to kind of get into the IRL thing. So we are happy in that space. But the times are changing. The problems are getting enormous in deep tech, particularly where we think that there's something. And I think we are feeling a lot more contextual to be solving the problem. That's where we are building at that. But there's no denial about the IRL part. But TRL is something as a good reference across. People do understand and do see is good. And it also helps us push that there is a valley of death out there. We need somebody to handhold and help us jump. We are confident about the technology at that scale. There are so many challenges when you are upscaling. Who tells us about that? That does not come in the research publication per se. Thank you.
So because as Sir said, they needed expedited approvals for funding. So IRL does a good amount of justification in that sense. That was my opinion. Thank you.
All right, one last question if it.
There's one in the back.
Yeah.
Hello to all the dignitaries. So my question is, when we look at research and when we want to translate it into something like an entrepreneurship, like a venture or something. So one thing is that how to a length academic matters, because there's a lot of people, as I seen recently last year itself, that IIT Bombay, there's a IGM team that went for synthetic biology competition, and they were all from chemistry background, but they did a project on biology, which was something for the first time it was happening after I think 12 years or something. And they won a golden award for that as well, which was commendable. I met the team and amazing. But when we look at funding or fund rounds that are there or support that is there, how to length, how much does the academic work? Do we look at the other aspects as well, the experience that as well? Maybe Ashwin sir, I would really love if you can address this, sir. Yes.
Yeah, let me address that in two parts. So synthetic biology as a space itself is something which is top of our thesis, right? And a lot of VC funds, not just in India, but or let's say few in India and a lot globally, are looking at this space with a lot of interest. We ourselves, I think one of our most recent investments is in an artificial liver company, right? Where there's a whole lot of biology which is there in terms of culturing and actually developing from naive human liver cells. They're trying to create this artificial liver device that will work outside the human body like a kidney dialyzer. And therefore, I think, is there funding? I think the real answer to that is at what stage are you and what have you validated? For us, validation is important. What have you already demonstrated? Before you get there, just from an idea standpoint, I think there are folks like BIRAC, and BIRAC works through incubators, and the number of, I'm involved in some of the grant programs and the commercialization programs. I think that's the place to go when you're early and still trying to put out a proof of concept as to what it is. And there's so many changes that will happen in your product itself, your thinking itself as you go through that. And incubators are the best place to go for that sort of funding. But very quickly, if you can get commercial private funding, that's capital that will really ask you questions, right? Private VC funding. And there are so many early stage funds that are now getting set up in the deep tech space. I mean, the last 2 years, I can count 10 funds that are getting set up, which are deep tech focused, which are saying, let me go to the incubators, let me see what's happening, which is interesting and different. And if you are part of those, you would probably come across them or they would come across you, and then see whether what you built is sufficient for them to then fund. But step one, go to the grant programs, BIRAC, incubators. Step two, start looking at micro VC funds and angels who would come in, is how I would describe.
I would also like to add here, just for the students' point of view, last year when IIT Bombay won the CCS X Prize from Elon Musk Foundation, it was the only team in India and one of the teams in the global South. So I think this was 4 different students from different departments at different levels, undergrad to PhD, masters, and all. I think when there is a problem, and then the only job that pretty much we did was to have a call where the students could write to us, and we kind of formed those groups that somewhere talk about matchmaking, and we brought them together. 2 teams finally qualified and 1 team won. I think it's all there, all around. Bringing them together is very, very important. And I also feel that interdisciplinary may be the buzz, but my experience being a geologist at the first place, then PhD in civil and postdoc in chemical, I think the experience across the spectrum gives me much more perspective. Does not take away my original understanding in geosciences, but then learning from interacting with others and participating, engaging deeply is helpful. That I think IIT Bombay students are really good examples of it. Largely, I would say. Thank you.
I fully agree. If we go straight to statistics, I think you will find the percentage success of PhD level entrepreneurs is perhaps higher, because they are coming in with a much more matured understanding of technology and very little. But after being there for now 12 years, I think expertise is highly overrated. The guy who does the electronics for the ventilator company is basically a chemistry graduate, that too with a CPI of 6. Okay, so yeah, if you have a good idea, that's it. Go for it.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to the panel. I think the key takeaway is that there's no dearth of funding, there's no dearth of resources. the one takeaway seems to be that the mindset is the one that needs to expand, both to bring in collaboration across, as well as to bring in the focus on speed that Dr. Bandyopadhyay mentioned a couple of times when he came back to it. So on that happy note, though we have not necessarily discovered new policies to target, the good news is that the existing policies are good enough. The ball is in our court to try and take it and run with it. So thanks a lot for the panel, and thank you for joining us.
That was indeed a profound discussion between the stalwart in the field, which gave us a multitude of views in the transnational research and commercialization, and the program and policies from the field, and indeed our perspectives regarding the same. Thank you very much, everyone. I would now request Professor Raj Dsse to felicitate our esteemed panelists. I request my teammate Alka to come on the stage with the gifts. Mr. Dsse is a Silicon Valley senior entrepreneur and founding faculty member at Dsse.
We have had students and student entrepreneurs from a vast variety of backgrounds, as we just saw, who have contributed to the department, the institute, and the nation in different ways. And in order to honor that, we have got the Student and Entrepreneur Awards. This is the moment we have been waiting for. So without taking any more time, I'd request Professor Devdeep Pulkayastha to come on the stage for telling us about the Anandi Kusre Awards and announce the awardees for this year. Professor Devdeep is a professor of practice and amongst the early founder faculty members of DSSE. I'd request Professor Anandi Kusre to come on the stage and give the prize for Entrepreneur Student of the Year award. Yes, sir.
I can take this?
Yes, definitely.
Sorry.
All yours.
All right. So it's my privilege, a personal privilege, to have Professor Anand Kusre on stage because of many reasons. Let me tell you 3 reasons. First reason, it's very difficult to build an organization like a Tata or a Stanford or this thing and take it to the next level. But even more difficult to start a school. Imagine who started Stanford, who started IIT Bombay, who started, let's say, the Tata Group. Professor Anand Kusre started the Dsse School of Entrepreneurship. He is the man, when I first joined, see, he got a disparate set of people, accomplished people. Raj Dsse, West Coast, Salil Dhonde, East Coast, Raju Hirwani, Pune, Vinay Dhabalkar, Bangalore, Milind, here. But I was the first Bombay-based adjunct faculty. No, I'll tell you. Here's the story. I came from industry, 30 years in industry, lot of ghamanda, lot of hubris. Oh, I'm the CEO and all that stuff. My first lecture was a disaster. Then I went to Anand and said, boss, the students are not listening to me. He sat with me for 2 hours in his room and he told me how to lecture in a way that students listen. Now, everybody who are here, all the students, may I just request, please stand up. All the students, stand up. And please give a standing ovation to Professor Dsse.
Thank you so much. I think I don't deserve this.
Now, stay standing before we move on to the awards. Okay, give a standing ovation to the panelists. All the panelists. Ruk jao. Give a standing ovation to all the ITs and the IICs. And remember, our success depends on your success, the students. आप लोग entrepreneur बनोगे ना, तो हम लोग successful है. Okay? So clap like hell for yourself. All right, now, before I hand over, it was a tough call, I tell you. We looked at all the courses, all the students, there were what, 1,500? Maybe, whatever, 1,500 students. Shortlisted them, all the faculty look at their course, this thing, toppers and everything. We shortlisted, I think, 18 or 15 or whatever, 40 or 50 students and teams. And then 8 people sat in a room and we debated. Ajay Bhai was there, Anu was there, I was there, the other people, we were all debating. And you know what? There's very shades of difference between whosoever names have been called out and whose names are not being called out. All of you guys are winners. Except like I can't give to everybody. So all you guys are winners, have no doubt. But with that disclaimer, okay, very proud to invite and announce 2 sets of winners. First is the best ideas team, or rather what we'll do is first the academic excellence, the awards for academic excellence, and then we'll do for the ideas team. They are called the Anand Dsse, Professor Anand Dsse. The awards are named after Professor Anand Dsse, and they have been sponsored by another giant called Professor Jagdish Sheth. Okay, he is, and I mean, I think whatever I say will not be enough. Okay, and he has sponsored it in the name of Professor Anand Dsse. So first, there are Academic Excellence Award. There's a winner, and there's a couple of runners-up. The runners-up are being supported by a company called DMart. Okay, so with that, yeah.
Yeah.
So now, have I got the names right or not? Is Oscar mein karte hai na? All right. So the winner of academic excellence is.
Shall I announce? Yeah. I'm extremely pleased to announce the winner's name, Aryan Gupta. Congrats once more. Thank you. All the best. Wonderful.
Now go and build your startup and make some money. and wealth for your shareholders, yourself, and create some jobs. Acha, the runners up there, we have 2 runners up.
Okay. Yeah, runner up number 1, Mohit Jajoria.
And the second runner,
Yeah. The second runner up is Kunal Kabra.
ये मेरा स्टूडेंट है, जाके कुछ अभी स्टार्टअप करो, जॉब्स बताओ. So I just now call Dr. Ajay Sethi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more round of applause for us. So now, I'd like to invite on stage Dr. Ajay Sethi to give out the Ajay Kusre Awards for the best team. Anand Kusre Awards, sorry. नर्वसनेस होता है ना जब सीनियर सामने है ना, नर्वस हो जाता हूँ. Because Professor Anand Kusre taught me how to be a teacher. He's my mentor and my guide. We're running out of time. Okay, all right. So this is the award for the best ideas team. The winner is GRU, Team GRU. And the next team also, please come in. I will announce it. So be in queue because we are a bit tight on time. Okay, the next 3 team, there are 3 runners up. There are 3 runners up. Krushi Bandhu, Connect You, and Proteomica. Proteomica, yeah. Krushi Bandhu, Connect You, and Proteomica. This is what you preserve for the rest of your life. All right. Thank you very much.
Dr. Jire? Yes. In a just concluded panel, we discussed how entrepreneurship education cannot happen only in classrooms. There are many other sites. One of those sites are hackathons. And the hackathon of hackathon is Smart India Hackathon. Smart India Hackathon is globally the largest open innovation model for college-going students. Its ability to test and build the technology-aided problem-solving muscle of students is now well proven. Every year, over 250 real pulsating problem statements from various ministries and public institutions as well as few private institutions are put forth for all to see and respond to. Responses are evaluated and shortlisted for an in-person final round where national winners are identified. At IIT Bombay, we take Smart India Hackathon very seriously, sir. In 2024, 101 teams comprising 606 students participated in this competition from IIT Bombay. We shortlisted 51 of them and submitted their proposed solutions. 4 teams went for the final round and 3 were declared national winners. We will now call all the 4 teams. The first 3 will be the national winners and the last one the national finalist. So first up is team Hexasar. Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. May I request Dr. Abhay Jere and Professor Milind Atre please to come on stage to felicitate the 4 teams. The dignitaries on stage, Dr. Abhay Jere, it is under his watch that Smart India Hackathon has become what it has become. And Professor Milind Atre is the president of the Institution Innovation Council, under whose umbrella Smart India Hackathon and other such large-scale competitions are held at IIT Bombay. First up, Team Hexasar, national winner, worked on a problem floated by NTRO, yes, wherein they developed a framework for automated change detection of human-made targets utilizing a dual-pole radar built-up index. Team Hexasar, please come on stage. Led by Abhinav Verma, Ashmita Nihar, Abhinav, Ashmita, come this side, yeah. Shwarnindu Ghosh, Vidhi Shah, and K. Bhavna. Come on this side, a few of you on this side, yes. Maybe 3 of you on this side, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Next up, Team Alerta, National Winner Award by working on a problem put forth by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, developing a tool that leverages AI for communication. Mukund Kushwaha, second year student, and Vishwateja and Manish. Also Suraj. Next up, Team eVibe. Team eVibe, national winner, worked on open innovation call in logistics by developing wireless charging technology for electric vehicles, focusing on dynamic charging systems that enable EVs to charge while in motion. Animesh Jain, leader, Sarvagya Jain, and Sai Sharanya. And finally, Team Captain, national finalist. We understand they lost by a whisker. For a Ministry of Power problem, developing a co-electrolyzer system that efficiently and selectively converts carbon dioxide into carbon monoxide, aiding the cause of decarbonization, led by Aryan Gupta. Mohit Jajoria, Ashita Dutt Sharma, and two of DSAC students as well, Abhishek and Indira. And Love Jaiswal. Thank you, Dr. Jere, for leading such a fantastic national level hackathon, sir. And thank you, sir, for leading us at IIT Bombay.
I wasn't sure whether I should say we saved the best for the last, or whether to say that I'm standing between you and dinner. So what I've decided is I'll tell you in like 4 data points what the Dsse City School of Entrepreneurship has achieved over the last 11 years. And then I will play you a small video, which is about our new building. Many of you came with us when we unveiled the building today, and for the benefit of everybody here, want to show you what the best sandbox outside of IIT, outside of MIT, or maybe even beating MIT looks like. So the first set, which is the 4 numbers, in the last 11 years, we have taught 4,300 students. We have had 750 students embark on their entrepreneurial journeys with us. We have had, thank you, 340 venture teams formed, and we have, as we count, 102 startups and counting. And I really want to thank the mentors, our faculty members here, our students, the teams that are here, because the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So 4,300, 750 started their journey, 340 teams, and about 102 startups. We know going forward, it'll only get bigger and get scaled higher. And the new building will be the facilitator for all of that. Our new building, which is in combination with Makerspace, has labs on every floor. And when you see labs and more labs, then you will see co-working spaces. You will see the kind of classrooms I wish we had had when we were students. They are creative, they are collaborative, and they are experiential. Specialist spaces to teach remote students, online learners, spaces to teach executive education, whether it's at the grassroots level or the intrapreneur level or the MSME level, all of this coming up. We unveiled the building today, and I hope to be moving there somewhere between June and October of this year. But it will require a lot of support from many of you in this room, and I'll call out the support. Financial support is only one part, but what we need is mentoring support, and what we need is subject matter experts who will come and help us put up these labs. So we look forward to support from all of you. And can I play you the video, please?
Innovation and entrepreneurship are key to India's growing economy and worldwide standing. IIT Bombay has been the leader in technology, teaching, research, entrepreneurship and more since 1958. Since 2014, the Dsse City School of Entrepreneurship has helped thousands of students and is taking yet another step forward. Presenting the new DSSE building, a dedicated innovation and entrepreneurship hub for aspiring tech entrepreneurs like you. What's in store? A highly equipped modern hub, a place to fuel entrepreneurial spirit, a bustling world of craftsmanship, technology, and innovation, and much more under one roof. Sounds exciting, right? Let's take this excitement a notch higher and take a virtual tour of the new DSSE building. Uniquely designed for student teams. For those who love racing and cars, this lab is just right. Passionate mobility enthusiasts, this AUV lab is just what you needed. Moving towards a sustainable future, this zero energy lab has got students covered. Not one, but 6 do-it-yourself factories. Dream an idea and create a model here. This floor is a haven for engineers who love to explore their creativity. These labs are set to fuel creativity and give wings to talent. And just when you thought you couldn't have more labs, a floor dedicated to labs for students' specialist interests. From robotic drone IoT thematic lab to the bio and chem labs, this is a perfect blend of the fundamental and the futuristic on one floor. Beyond just labs, this floor is for collaborative spirits who want to work hard and have fun while doing so. This floor has classrooms and an AV studio to make students well-rounded in creative skills. To build practical skills, we have metal manufacturing, glass and plastic manufacturing, and testing units. The new DSSE building with Maker Space Labs is getting set to bring alive the inbuilt philosophy of IIT Bombay. Come, build the future with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to say a few word of thanks, and in the meantime, will all of you converge to the middle so we can get a group picture? Mithun, come on stage, please. My first vote of thanks. Can those of you sitting in the wings come closer? Fill the seats here. It's easier to take a group picture. First, thank you to all our dignitaries and delegates. Thank you for coming and spending the time with us and giving us valuable thoughts and inputs. Thank you for sharing in our joy as we showed you our new building and the facilities that we are going to be creating. The second row to move to the first row. Or Professor Jaswa, come. Amit, come. First row. First row khali nahi hona chahiye. हाँ, हाँ. So first row khali nahi hona chahiye. We also are grateful to all the people who helped put this together. The starts from the Dsse City School of Entrepreneurship team, the DRS team, which is the Dean ACR team. We also had a lot of help from the Public Health Office, the Public Relations Office, the Estate Office. Most of all of you delegates who came and spent time with us. So from the bottom of my heart, very grateful, thank you. We'll take this picture and then we'll move to the Gulmohar lawns for dinner. And the clock is not ticking at all. We're just going to spend as much time as we would like. If there are students, come, please come into the picture unless you're coming for something else. Come, fill a seat. Come. Anybody left? Shruti, you are here or I'm here? Yeah. Okay. And the Dsse City team to stay back for a group picture on stage. The rest of you, please start walking towards Gulmohar. Yeah, so a minute.
Ready, smile. Ready, cheese.